Hey, Ken. What's up, man? Anything good? Yeah, nothing much going on here. Hey, JBT. Going pretty good. Just been watching Tom and Aaron fish for a while, and I figured I'd go live and see if anybody want to just visit. They've been going about 5 hours, so I'll get me an hour or two, maybe. Yeah, I've been driving a trailer truck. Man, that ain't as easy as Troy makes it look sometimes. Kind of tough. Hey, I don't think I'm gonna add him up here though. I ought not to anyway. I'm gonna leave remove right there where I can punch it if I need to.
Well, did you get enough of that truck?
Yeah, I think I made 3 trips. I went in there and tried to change them controls over, but I don't think they'll let me. But I do have hey Curtis. Hey Buck. I do have the throttle on the bottom right. I got reverse on the bottom left. Wait a minute, the throttle is forward and the reverse is, hell, I don't know how I control the reverse is that bottom trigger on the left, and the throttle is the trigger on the right. And to hit the brake, if I'm going forward, I hit reverse. If I'm going in reverse, I hit forward. And then I steer it with the left joystick. But I don't know. The right and the right joystick swings the view around right and left.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what I was trying to get to?
Yeah.
Except I wanted to steer with my right hand, but I guess.
Well, I think you can do that, but I'm going to have to look into how to do it.
Well, I sure ain't figured it out.
Well, you can actually assign the keys, but I gotta look into doing it where I know how to tell you to do it.
Yeah. Well, I don't about got used to driving left-handed now. Because I don't even drive a truck left-handed or a car. I drive right-handed. Hell, I'm right-handed. But anyway, how come I can't go nowhere but California and Nevada?
Just a minute.
Hey, Chris Abbott. I want to go see Tim Molina in New Mexico. Hey.
You got to have more. You got to buy more maps.
What? Buy maps?
Yeah, money. You know that green stuff that comes in your bank every month.
What you mean? I can't drive around with what? Buy maps?
It's called DLCs. Downloadable content. How do you think they make their money?
Oh, so if I don't want to, if I want to drive in Missouri, I got to buy a Missouri map.
I don't even know if they have a Missouri map.
What's
They
all
have
that cost?
they have all $10.
Man, you have brought me into something here. Now you're gonna tell me I got to buy a map to go somewhere.
Ain't nobody told you to buy it. They go on sale. They go on sale sometime. I got a couple for $5.
What?
You have to
Well,
watch the sales.
well, I went over to Carson City.
Well, yeah, but if I can see, I got all the maps. I got Wyoming and Idaho and Texas, and they fixed to come out with Oklahoma. That's how they make their money, man.
I thought they'd already made $19 off of me.
Well, they did, but they'd add content to it, and then they make more.
Well, ain't that a dog in the bushes
What is called prosperity.
for them? Yeah, I bet he does too, Buck. Now he tells me I got to buy a map to go somewhere besides California. I thought I could drive anywhere I wanted to drive.
No, you can only drive where you got the map. You know how many doggone maps I got?
Why didn't you tell me this last week?
I didn't even know you was even buying it. You didn't tell me that.
I'll be dadgum. So that's what is this? $200 or $300 a month just to get out of California?
No, the map only costs $10.
All right, well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
If my shop is in California and I buy an Oklahoma map, how in the world I get from Oklahoma to California if I don't have them maps in between?
Okay, so it don't matter, and they got a fast travel on there. You could fast travel from state to state.
Without a map?
Well, you can't play on maps that you don't got. You can only play on maps you got.
Well, what all maps y'all play on? I know Hogleg ain't bought no bunch of maps.
No, he hadn't. We play on that California and that Nevada most time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If I could ever find I-40 and just head east, I'll see how far I can go. You fall off the earth. Okay.
But I got all the maps. In fact, I'm fixing to buy another one when the California map comes out.
Oh Lord. Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing.
The Oklahoma map, brother.
Well, other day in the demo, I went from Redding, California to Eureka, California, and I've driven that in a car 2 or 3 times. Actually, been across that. It's 2-lane road all the way through the mountains, and there's about 3 mountain passes. I want to see Susquehanna Stan go across there. We won't never see him again.
Best thing to do with Stan when he's convoy is let him get in the front, because if you let him get behind you, he gonna rear end you.
Well, he ain't gonna stay behind me because I don't drive. If I get over 55, I cut it back.
Yeah,
I'm scared I lose control in anything faster than 55.
He likes to drive 80.
Oh,
you see what I did the other day when he's coming up on me? I just got plumb off the road up in the desert and let him have it.
I know it. I saw you drive the fire to that thing though when you was going up through there trying to get to that unloading place, and you was out. Man, I couldn't believe that. I would have never made it. Not the way I drive. Hey, Eric. Happy birthday, Eric. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Eric P. Happy birthday to you.
So, do you like the control better?
I don't know. I had gotten used to the mouse, you know.
Well,
it's easier to handle other than the steering. The reverse and forward. And,
you'll get used to steering.
The blinkers and all that.
You'll get used to it. It just takes time.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope I do. And CP trying to build up enough money to buy him a truck, I bet you.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
He driving now, I expect. I don't know what his username is though. Yeah, that's right, Tim. I don't know. It's I'm getting more used to the driving part, the steering part, but I still don't know what a bunch of these buttons. I find out where the winkers are. I know how to do them. But on my own, I set this thumb thing up under here. I mean these little old triggers.
On the back, you talk about the ones on the back.
Yeah, down low. I
Yeah.
call them triggers.
Hey, did you know that Missy Kennedy is selling pies for $2 a pie?
Selling pies.
Yeah, she's selling pies. You get a hold of Alvin Lewis. He handles the money.
He's a front man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good, Missy. That's pretty cheap for a good pie.
Yeah. Well, I done already called. I done already got a hold of Alvin and give him $20 for 10 of them. So
he's helping Missy get in the business.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Does she put a jig down in the middle of it?
I don't know. She might decorate it with jigs.
That's right.
She'll be throwing it at. She'll be sending me a message here in a little while.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
I knocked something off on the floor and I don't have no idea what it was. It went up under the bed, whatever it was.
Oh my Lord.
Do you make great pies? Well, I overdosed on the sauerkraut yesterday. Stayed on the commode all day today.
We could have went all day without hearing that.
Well, I recovered. Finally recovered. Oh, smelling cream pies. Everybody wants to smash one themselves.
She said, "Do anybody wants to smash one in Troy's face?"
There you go.
Well, let me open my mouth before you smash me with it and get a mouthful of it.
You at least get a bite of it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yep. I done got up to $50,000.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't know if it is or not.
I've been beating the devil out of that lake today, trying to get ready for that next tournament.
Yeah, I saw you. I was in there. I didn't say it and didn't comment. Hey, Eric. I didn't comment, but I hit the like button.
Good Lord, I got about 7 hours fish time and
Hey, Chucky.
practicing on that thing.
Chucky.
Yeah, that's Chucky.
And the Smurf. The Smurf and his brother Curtis are catching the Dickens for. Well, actually, they're not. Joey is. Only 43. There you go. I saw the blue Smurf get pinned pretty quick.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I saw that. But yeah, they picking on Jody for challenging Eric and Curtis. Hell, Eric and Curtis can go out there and catch fish.
So, my brother, I guess last night he sent me 2 pictures of 2 catfish he caught. One weighed 28 and one weighed 23 or something like that. They blues. And I got up this morning and my wife said, she says, look at here. And I said, she showed it to me and I said, who? I didn't have my glasses and I said, that looked like a big old catfish. I said, who is that holding that? And she said, that's your brother.
Oh.
I said, who?
Oh Lord.
She said, that's your brother. I said,
Uh-uh.
somebody took him fishing or something, or hell, he stumbled on them fish because he don't know how to catch no fish like that.
Well,
She said, reckon he caught him by himself. I said, no. I said, but maybe one, but not two in the same trip. I said, I mean, I know a blind squirrel will find a nut every once in a while, but
there you go.
not two nuts. And
Look,
so
I got it. Okay, go ahead.
I called him this morning. I said, who took you out fishing to find them fish? He said, the guide.
All right, all right. Look, I'm gonna put one up here on the board that it was caught right up above Greenville. I don't know. Yesterday, I guess.
Yeah, that's a nice fish.
That's a good one. That's in the 75, 85 pound range.
So
you see that, Eric?
he said that the guide took him up there. It rained a bunch, and there was a bunch of intake water coming in. He said the guide took him up there and said, shut up, Brian B. Go to bed. Look at Brian B. wrote.
Fully loaded. There you go.
Senior stream, fully loaded. Yeah. How about them Eagles? He said that guy took him up there and caught them fish, and where that creek was flowing in, he said he caught them fish in 2 foot of water.
Really? Well, now I don't know nothing about Lake Louisville or whatever that lake is, but I know Tawakoni. They in this time of year they fish up in that shallow water in them stumps.
Well, that's where they fishing on Lake Whitney. Where they fishing?
Where, Tawakoni?
Lake Whitney.
Whitney. Yeah. Well, has it got stumps up in the shallow water?
Yeah, and it's on the same. It's on the same. Watershed.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they fish Tawakoni up shallow. They sure do. I got a friend that came in and fished with me, and he couldn't believe we was fishing 80-foot water. And catching catfish, because he fishes up there, and in the wintertime, he fishes in the middle of the day up in that shallow water. When the water warms up, he gets up there and throws up in that shallow water and then amongst them stumps, and he catches blue. Good ones, too.
I knew doggone well when I seen them 2 big fish, he didn't catch both of them by himself.
Yeah. Right. Well, he's writing it down, though. He knows where to take you. I guess. And then CP said it took him a while, but he got it set up, so I don't know what he got going on anyway.
Good Lord, y'all gonna keep buying. We're gonna keep on getting new drivers. We're gonna have a big convoy.
Oh, I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that.
Oh yeah, you better do that.
Well, the first time Stan runs over me, I'm gonna go to Pennsylvania. Well, I try not to wreck.
He said, "Hope my game glitches tomorrow." Oh my Lord.
Yeah. I'll be so far behind everybody. Of course, the last 2 or 3 trips I made them on time.
Hey, me and Hogleg, we got it figured out. We just let Stan go, and then we just do our thing.
There you go. I can probably ride along with y'all, sort of. But, man, I'm all over the highway. In spots, sometimes I can hold it pretty good for a while, but then I get to wobbling everywhere. It's
just that you got to get used to the sensitivity of that driving stick. You will.
Yeah.
So what I found is when you're making a turn, you just kind of tap it.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, and that helps.
But see that looking left and looking right at an intersection don't help me none. I just I don't even do it. I just start nosing out, nosing out, nosing out, nosing out, nosing out, and everybody coming that can see I'm nosing out, and then I go on. And I ain't got hit yet. I probably will get hit.
I got to get over there to the barn and drive the truck.
Yeah, I saw what you driving tomorrow, and then
Yeah,
baseball Wednesday.
Yeah, baseball Wednesday, and then Thursday, I don't know yet.
Yeah, that's what I need to do is sit me a little lightning and then drive that truck. Yeah. 35 on the interstate kind of tough though. But they won't run over you. Most of them won't run over you. I don't know if I've been hit in the back or not.
Back out, I tell you what, if you get in front of Stan, you'll get hit in the back.
I guarantee you will.
I told him the other day, we was driving, I told him the other day, I said, when you see them brake lights come on, stop here.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not looking at the brake lights. I said, I know.
Yeah, he zeroed in. He got crosshairs on his windshield. But yeah, it's pretty fun.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty fun. I have more trouble getting out of the getting out where the load leaves and then parking that trailer. Man.
Yeah, well, I used to have a hard time getting a load out myself.
I can't tell what that thing, that red flag, what that red flag is. And I had to dump two in the middle of the road, in the middle of the highway, one at a bridge site where they're building a bridge. There ain't no way to drive up. They had to pull up and back it in there. Good gracious. And then they won't never give me a truck that's got gas in it, that's full.
No, never do.
I always got to go somewhere and get diesel. And then that throws off the girl. She can't get off. She gets excited. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Bug.
Oh, Lord, Missy, you a mess.
But yeah, man, Saturday. What did I do yesterday? Friday and Saturday, I didn't do nothing but put up vegetables.
Yeah.
I got tons and tons of tomatoes put up and sauerkraut, onions. And then
I had to go to the grocery store on Saturday. Lord have mercy.
yeah, that's a killer.
Sure is.
Yeah, but yeah, that controller and headphones got to Greenville Saturday morning at 4:30, and they kept telling me it was going to be Tuesday. So I got my butt up this morning and went to the UPS terminal. I got out there at 9 o'clock and they said everybody gone inside. They get to take off early on Mondays and they don't work Saturdays and Sundays. And so I said, well, ain't this a doggone hell of a note? So I went home and I got a ping on my email on my telephone. I looked down and this thing was out for delivery. So I don't know them. I don't know that them updates ain't updated. They kind of behind.
Yeah, So, and get this. So I got up the other morning and I went up here to the front of her office, drank a cup of coffee with the woman that runs this place, talked to her a little while. And the young girl that works in there, she's madder than a wet hen. I knew she's mad about something, and I asked her, I said, look like you mad. Of course, she getting ready to have she pregnant, so I wanted to step around easy.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah, she said, I'm mad. She says, I got here this morning and the post lady had done put all the packages out front of the door out here and got them all wet. And so the next morning she asked the woman, why did you put them post packages out there instead of delivering them like you're supposed to? And she's like, oh, I don't deliver. I have bad knees.
oh,
You got bad knees, so so
oh,
when my wife went over and got her packages soaking wet, and she called down there to the post office and talked to them down there at the post office, and they referred her down there to the main office, and the lady asked her, said, well, she told the lady, said the woman said she had bad knees and she was not going to deliver packages to the door. She's just going to take them, set them in front of the door, and people could come get them.
oh, wow.
Well, well, the people at that post office down there running that post office was not impressed with her answer. So we probably don't get to post.
Well, that's about what we got here too.
I got bad knees. I'm not delivering no packages. Well, you need to go get you a different job, then, lady.
I think so. That gravy train may be freaking come to an end.
Yeah, show might.
Yeah. At least the worst is gonna happen. She's gonna get called in anyway. Oh, I don't know. You can't ever tell. They may not say nothing.
Well, they're gonna start saying something when everybody's packages get stole because she's leaving them out there in the front, and then people start filing a claim on them.
Well, that's true too. Yeah.
Because I got to tell you, if I buy something and I don't get it, I'm sure enough going to file a claim on it.
Well, I tell you, our mail lady is really good, but the post office sucks, man.
Yeah, this city up here, though, hell, it all sucks.
Yeah, I that girl that delivered my mail is really good.
Yes.
And the UPS and all that's good, but I don't know what the updates was real slow on my computer, on my telephone, but I got it anyway. I couldn't imagine it got to Greenville at 4:30 Saturday morning. I wasn't gonna get it till Tuesday.
Everything's slow.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that. Because I know they go in at midnight on Sunday nights probably and start loading them trucks. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how automated their system is out there. But I got the stuff. Anyway. Well, did that link, did it stop at the top? Did it lock up at the top?
Well, I think it did over on the YouTube side. Let me go look. I'll tell you right quick.
Yeah, I'll do it over here.
It won't. I'll be there. Be able to tell you in just a second.
I don't know the difference in YouTube and StreamYard.
No, it's not up there.
I don't know how to pin it. It says starred, but I don't see it nowhere.
I don't think you can pin it if you ain't got the monthly plan.
Oh, well, I ain't got the monthly plan. I got a monthly plan, but it's the 20 hours. Free.
Yeah. No, you can't pin it.
Oh, okay then.
I don't think.
I'll quit trying. I'll quit trying to pin it. Yeah. So is that lake that your brother fish? Is that the one y'all gonna fish?
Yeah, that's actually my home lake. I fished that lake all my life.
I got you. Well, were they on? They were on the guide's boat though, right?
Yeah. The guide is a friend of his.
Okay,
So it really wasn't a guided trip.
I got.
He said this morning, he said, I'm trying to figure out where the crappies are at. And I'm like, why? And he's like, well, so we get you some fish caught. And I'm like, I don't need you to tell me where the crappies is at. I already know. He's like, well, tell me because I don't know. I said, well, you need to go up to the mouth of Hickory Creek. That's where they're at. They there every year. They lay in that mouth of that creek up there in that 20 foot of water, 25 foot of water until time to spawn, and then they go up there and move up in that shallow to spawn. Oh, Lord, Troy, check your messages.
Yeah. Last night. So we did the junkyard thing today. Man, that waking up and walking up and down, crawling on the ground, I'm getting too old. I got that rare Asian disease, dragging that. Yeah, but yeah.
Is that got
I'd hate to think I had to do all that again.
Is that got a jig head on it, or is that a floating bead you got on there?
Oh, she's showing you a picture of a jig?
Yeah, it's lure she tied.
Okay.
Look like it's for trouts. She catches a lot of trouts.
Well, can you get that pontoon up in the mouth of that creek now?
Oh, yeah.
Well, heck, the weather's finna break. Y'all ought to go catch some crappie.
Yeah, you get it up in there, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. A float. Yeah, that's a good looking trout lure. Yeah, you get it up in there. But them fish, I'll tell you something about them fish. They gonna spawn. And when they spawn, they're gonna go back to the main lake anyway. I always do. So they ain't gonna.
Well, they gonna feed up before the spawn, aren't they? Oh, Troy to run off.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, they going to go up in there and that's what they doing up in the mouth of that creek. They feed on them shad because them shad hang around in there.
Yeah. Well, y'all ought to go catch them, miss. Because the weather, I bet you the weather gonna be nice and warm out there this week. I bet. CP, you been riding? I know you have. How much wrecking you done done, CP? How many bridges you done hit? Concrete medians and all that. You don't ever hit nothing? I done hit everything in California that's on that game, including one highway patrolman. And he was on foot. How fast are you driving? I can't believe you ain't crashed. That's amazing. There ain't no way I could do it without crashing. Yeah, you're driving about 35, 40. Now, if I drove about 35 or 40, I'd be all right.
Hey, I'm going to go. My wife's here, and she got a hamburger, and I'm fixing to go steal half of it. I'll come back up in a little bit. I got to go eat.
Okay, man.
I see you. Bye.
All right. You drive slow. Yeah. Well, I made a couple of them on time, but I try not to drive over 55. But I don't run over everything on the highway. I ain't pulled the gas pump up yet. I tore down several chain link fences. And I hit a bunch of poles and stuff in the parking lot. And I finally had my first head on today. And I hit a head on with a big old camper or bus. I couldn't tell what it was. But I backed up and went around and went on up the highway. So, oh man. Hey, Mark, are they still fishing off the dock? No, they are. They've been laying with it for about 6 hours. Yeah, they've been laying with it. I watched them off and on a good bit today, but the signal is kind of messed up, or it was. Caught 2 fish, I think, both of them around 8 pounds. There was a big one caught right up the river in Greenville yesterday. I mean, it looked like in the 75 to 85. The picture that was sent to me. Yeah, he's up there in the 75 anyway. And I got a feeling that fellow was fishing up at the grain elevator north of Greenville. Big fish. And I don't know enough about, I don't know. There's a guy named Jay Mangum. Magnum is all I know, Mark. I don't know the man. I don't know him. I don't know him. But I don't know for sure where he was fishing or nothing. I mean, I know he was in Georgetown Bend, and that's where the grain elevator is up there, but you know, who knows where he was up there. That's a big old flat bottom boat, so I bet he's from Arkansas. I hadn't seen that boat around Greenville. Hey, Rob Fox. Silent fishing. Yeah, it's quite a few big fish caught on the Mississippi in the last couple of days. Richard caught that, 88? And Jerry caught a 70, 72, 73. That big fish right there. And I don't know how this boy caught the fish. I don't know if it's caught on the line. You know exactly where he was fishing? Where was he fishing? In the water? That's what I figured he was going to say. 73. Parker got a 73, and then Richard got that 88, I think. Right on that show Sunday. On Saturday, whenever it was. The big fish are starting to feed out there. You got a boat to go get them. And wanted to go get them. Hey, Big Mike. Yeah, Mike, did you see this fish that I caught today? Mike, did you see this fish I caught today? Yeah, can you see it then? Well, I couldn't even hold him up. I had to let somebody else hold him up. No, I didn't. I can't. I didn't catch that fish. I don't even know that guy, but it was caught right up the river from ground. It's right in there with the same size that Jerry and Richard caught over the weekend. I don't know how he caught that fish. I don't know whether it's in I looked at it real close. I didn't see no net mark, so it could have been on a line or it could have been on a rod and reel. I don't know. Yeah, it's at least 70. Hey, Eric B. Maybe a little bigger than 70, Mike. It's a long fish. But anyway, and you know, he got a funny name up here. I'm going to read his name, y'all. Somebody might want to look it up. It says J Mangum, Mangum, just the letter J Mangum, Mangum, 4353. He may be on YouTube or something. J Mangum, 4353. I'll put it up there where y'all can see it. Maybe that'll help you. I don't know what that 4-3. He's on some kind of board. He's on something. I don't know if it's YouTube or what, but there it is. I saw the skipjacks in the cooler. I saw that picture you posted of skipjack, Mike. Uh, 75-pound flathead. Oh boy. We wouldn't, your head would get so big, you'd have to go buy new caps. You caught a 70-pound flathead. About, I don't know, it's been 25 years ago, I guess. maybe not that long. Fella had some lines out over behind the big old island up here where I run for real fish. Used to run real fishing there all the time for flatheads. Caught quite a few. I never did catch any big ones, but he caught one on the line up there, weighed 88. And they put it in the newspaper because I think that one probably went in the skillet. Bad, well, yeah, we got some weather coming too. In fact, we got some kind of alert came out. All right, Lucky, leave her alone. Lucky, I'm gonna kick your butt. Oh yeah, it's been rain 4 or 5 days in a row. Huh? That ain't no good. I'm sick of this. I got all my vegetable plants in there under grow lights trying to get them going. I got a heater in there with them now. And heat that room up good. Yeah, your money's on Lucky. Yeah, but if he makes that cat squall too bad, you better put the money on me because I'll chase him all over this house throwing stuff at him. Pretty in Ohio. It was pretty here today, but it's fixing to move in. Yeah, I got a utility room out there where I got all my ferment and stuff. We got a refrigerator in there, but Kay keeps his house so cold that I think that stuff is just too long, takes it too long to germinate. So I put a little electric heater in there. It's hot in there. So the tomatoes and eggplants and squash and zucchini. What else I got in there? Eggplants. Did I say eggplants? We got 7, 8 tomatoes. They ought to come on. Yeah. They ought to germinate pretty good with it hot in there like it is. And I know all them vegetables in there that were fermenting in them jars, they was all bubbling this evening when I went out there late this evening. So, and they need to be between 70 and 85 degrees, and I got it hot in there. Man, they cutting up now. Yeah, boy. Well, I got some tomatoes. I got 4 or 5 jars of tomatoes. I can't wait to tie into them things. So them first 2 jars I made were, they were good. Man. And I made these different, so. Hey, CP, I put up 1 quart of sliced tomatoes. I just cut them in half. And they're going to come off quick being sliced like that. And then 1/2 gallon, I poked holes in them with a fork. And then 2 half gallons, I just did them like normal. But I'm going to have to try those sliced ones. Probably. I think I'll try them Wednesday. See how they do. You quarter them? Well, what you going to check them at? 5 days, 4 days, 5 days? What you planning on? So I'm afraid that folks use those plastic containers that rotisserie chicken come in for a start. Yeah. Well, Buck, you know what I use? Have you seen me dipping snuff out of them big containers? Okay, Mark, thank you for stopping by. Bye. Buck, have you seen them big containers that I dip snuff out of? Yeah, I got one right here. Damn, I think I'm gonna get it. These things here. And you got the top, it snaps on there good. I got tons of these things. Well, what I do is turn them upside down, and I take my torch and heat an old knife, and I cut the bottom out of it. And then I pack it with soil up to about right there. And it's sitting upside down, and then I plant down in there. Hey, 205. So when I get ready to set them out, all I got to do is take the bottom off of them, dig my hole, take the bottom off of it, set them down in the hole, and then work the thing, and then take the can right off the top and slide them up off the vegetable plant. Now that's my idea. That's the plan. We're gonna see if it works. And I got tons of them things. So we're gonna see. Yeah, I bet those plastic containers would work good. But they don't hold it. They don't hold enough dirt. That's the thing. And that scares me. See, this thing here's got plenty of room. Roots can fill up. I mean, it'll be good root system in that. If I can get them to grow and germinate and come on. We gonna find out. I'll probably end up buying all my house plants. I mean, all my vegetable plants like I do every year, and end up with a bunch of seed that hell, I bought a bunch of seed though. Well, I didn't buy a bunch of seed; they were high. How about that? You got it going on, Mark. Yeah, those things are, and those containers are real durable. I have to heat that knife up. I have to heat that knife up twice to get it to cut all the way around. That bottom is pretty thick. Plastic tubs, yep. Right. I've thought about them peat pots before, but I just never have bought any. Well, those peat pots, all you do is just set them in the ground. You don't even have to you don't take the plant out of the roots already growing around that peat, aren't they? 205. Kind of break it a little bit, I guess. Well, they'll go ahead and go in the ground. Yeah. I guess in the middle of March, I'll go out there with my post hole diggers and dig my holes for my tomatoes and put a big old rotten skipjack in each hole and cover them up a little bit. Yeah, leave the size. There you go. But I've been putting those rotten skipjacks or freezer burnt skipjacks in the hole for this will be the second or third year, and they work good, man. You can tell when those tomatoes hit that skipjack. Well, they get dark green and take off. But I'm gonna plant a bunch of extra tomatoes this year because I'm gonna take a bunch of green ones and ferment them. And I love green tomatoes, and I'm gonna see how they do fermenting. I bet they'd be good. I bet they'd be delicious. And so far, the kraut, I ain't messed up on sauerkraut yet. Yeah. Well, I got a freezer out there in that refrigerator in the utility room, and I got skipjacks from, Lord have mercy, I don't know how many years old them skipjacks are. 10 probably. And some of them Alabama Wheeler Dam skipjacks, yeah, they're a foot and a half long. And I throw them out and cut them in half and stack them in the hole. You got to cut them in half, get them going home. They're so big. And then at the end of the year, this year, I didn't check but one of them. And after I pulled the tomato plant, I took on post hole diggers. Hey, Lance, and dug down in there. And there wasn't nothing but a few bones down in there. Everything else was gone. So I'm gonna do it again. I like the way it did. As long as the possums don't come dig them up. Because they down in the ground a foot, so they don't come get them. Lance the cool guy. There you go, Lance. If you feel the need, to run your mouth, there it is. Remember though, no smoking. Just sitting and spitting. Oh my goodness. I reckon Eric ran off. I was gonna wish him another happy birthday and let everybody happy birthday him again. I think he's 43 today. How come Lucky won't? He's watching that door in case that other cat comes in here. He's where he can see that door. He really can't see the floor. Hey, Jody. But he don't want Mama Kitty to come in here with me. He's jealous, man. He's terrible jealous and possessive of me. Now, it don't bother him when he's fooling with Kay, but he just don't allow that cat to come around me. I got a sneaking suspicion that if Kay was to start hitting me and I hollered and stuff, you know how a dog will do. I got a feeling Lucky might get upset about that. I don't know if he would. But he's watching that door and make sure she don't come in here. And you're right, he very seldom. He don't look at me when he's on that bed, very seldom. Yeah, yellow stripes. Yeah, okay. And I think Lucky would run from them. Mark, he ain't never been around no other animal but Mama Kitty and another little kitten we had that I had to have put to sleep. That's how Mama Kitty ended up in the house. I had to put that other kitten in there. Him and that other kitten got along. They curled up and slept together. But he can't stand Mama Kitty. And Mama Kitty can't stand him. The feeling is very mutual. Oh, Jody, I sent Melissa a picture I think it was last night or yesterday afternoon. I went in there and took me a nap and got under the cover. And Lucky, to be honest, told y'all he sleeps up on my side. I didn't even get settled in good, and he was up there, and I got my camera there and took a picture of it up on my side and sent it to her, sent it to Melissa. And cat sleeps on top of me. Lance, you gonna fish this weekend, or is it gonna be too? No, yeah, it don't get too cold for you. Is the water gonna be frozen? I don't see how a Hawaii boy can stand all that cold, but you get out there in it. Yeah. Jody, you want to pop up for a while? Yeah, Lance is tough. Ain't no doubt about that. Yeah, it is. If anybody wants to come up here. Anybody. And Jody, I understand you got your boat running. You went fishing in it already. No, don't come up here cooking, Jody. Come up here and talk about something you know about. There she is. Yeah, talk about something you know about. Don't talk about cooking.
Yeah, that's something I know about eating.
And you know about what now?
How to eat. I know about eating,
Oh,
but I don't know about
oh yeah.
cooking.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, buddy.
I'm always driving.
You driving now?
Yeah, I'm always driving.
Lord have mercy.
Oh, my headphones are going out. So probably
Oh,
it'll last long.
oh Lord. Well, where you going? Back home or something?
Yeah, I come to Knoxville to shop.
Oh, okay. I
I
got
just
you.
left. I just left the Walmart's over here.
I got you. She going home, Mark. She been in Knoxville shopping,
Yeah.
and then she going back home.
Yep.
And it's an hour drive, you say?
Yeah, I'm about an hour from here.
I got you.
I was deeper on in Knoxville, but I'm closer home now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They've caught some good fish out in Mississippi this week.
Well, I didn't get to see it. I only saw trios, and I think I went to the store with James. He went and bought a pow pow, and so I turned it off and missed the rest of them, and I ain't went back and watched it yet.
Yeah, well, Jerry caught a 73.
Mm-hmm.
Richard up there fishing out of the boat on up the river there caught an 88.
Wow.
And there was one caught north of Greenville yesterday. And all I got is a picture of it. And it looks to be in the 70 to 80 pound range. And but I don't know how that boy caught that fish. I was hoping somebody would go look it up, see if he was on YouTube or Facebook or something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it back up here and see if somebody will go. Maybe Mark will go or Buck maybe. Let me put this picture back up in Mark and see or Buck and see what you can come up with on that boy's name right there. Let me get it right there. Damn, it won't focus. What's up? Yeah, it was focused good earlier. Jay Mangum, 40.
Look at
40.
that fish.
Huh?
Look
See?
at that fish.
That's a good one, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Jay
Yeah, it
Mangum,
is.
4353. Okay, just read it. Okay. J, all of it lowercase. JMANGUM 4353. Okay, I'll type it in chat.
Here,
Hey.
kitty.
No, he ain't worried about that. And see what y'all can find out. See who he is. I don't know what. I mean, that's looks like a. What does that look like? A YouTube handle or something?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all look it up and see if you can find out. I don't know. That wouldn't be a name on Facebook, would it? I don't know.
I wouldn't think so.
I don't know. It's in something though because you know.
Yeah.
Okay, Lance. Yeah, Mark's looking. I don't know. I believe Buck's looking too. I don't know about Tim.
Have you talked about them chemicals spilling in the Ohio River yet?
I hadn't heard about it. Fish.
Somebody said train derailed and dumped a bunch of chemicals in it. It's going to kill the fish for hundreds of miles.
Lord have mercy, that's awful. That's a Fish Brain username. What does that mean? Fish Brain, is he a person? Very
I think
bad.
that's an app.
What kind of chemical was it? And how long does it take it to dissipate?
I don't know. I'm sure somebody in chat's heard about it. I didn't get to read it because I've been driving and loafering all night, but I had someone text it to me.
Oh, Fish Brain is an app. Oh, I got you. American Chernobyl. Where on Ohio was it? Does anybody know where where it was and where the derailment was? What did it do? Run off in the river? Now I don't know how to do that. I better not do it. Palestine near the Pennsylvania border. Okay.
I sent it to you in Messenger, but someone sent it to me.
It's Palestine near. I know where Palestine is. Eastern Ohio, way eastern Ohio.
That's awful.
I've seen it on the map. Looking at stuff up there to meditate.
Yeah.
It says catches at Lake Lennox. Oh, he caught it at Lake Lennox. Chlorine. Oh. It says it catches at Lake Lennox. It says Georgetown Bend on here. And that's right above Greenville. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm going to be honest with y'all. No, just Georgetown Bend is vinyl chloride. I don't know. That don't look like no lake. That look more like a Mississippi River with that current. That ain't no lake. I don't know. Woo. You can't see chat, can you, Jody?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
I hear you.
Let's see.
It says
I
that.
chat, but I can't read it.
Okay, it says that dead fish in creeks and the cloud is miles and miles long. 20 spilled toxic chemicals. 50 cars derailed. 50 cars derailed.
Wow. That's awful.
Yeah. You see at the top of the picture, it says Georgetown Bend, blue catfish. Well, Georgetown Bend is the Mississippi River right up north of Greenville, about 18 miles up there, 15, 18 miles. It's where the grain elevator. It's a grain elevator up there. There's a lot of good fish caught there at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Public town. $50 miles away. Lord have mercy. Well, there's no way to put a. Huh?
Is that close to you?
What's that?
That spill.
Georgetown Bend?
Yeah.
No, it's on the Ohio River, almost to Pennsylvania.
Well, you saying 50 miles away. I don't know what that was. Or is that how far the fish is going to be killed?
I don't know how long. I don't know. It's mile. It's oh golly. It's probably 1,000 miles of water between here and there. But
Yeah.
I don't know what I don't know what chlorine. I don't know what that chemical does.
Well, it kills fish
Uh,
because it kills them in the aquarium.
yeah, yeah. Well,
Just the tap water does.
that's right. Exactly.
Yep.
But Jody, now this is not chlorine. It's vinyl chloride. Chloride, I think.
Yeah.
But if you leave chlorine, if you draw a glass of chlorine water out of your tap and it's got chlorine in it,
Yeah.
and you set it over on the table in 24 hours, all the chlorine dissipates. Now the other compounds that might be in that water don't dissipate, but
Yeah.
the chlorine is safe after 24 hours. It's
Mhm.
safe. That water's safe to put in an aquarium.
Yes. I do that sometimes. I'll set it out a couple of days and pour it in there.
So I don't. Yeah, if you breathe it, you die.
Wow.
Well, I wonder if it'll kill them damn jumping carp.
I don't know. It's
It'd be
going
a
to kill
good.
everything, though.
If it kills the catfish, I hope it kills all the jumping carp too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brugman said just Google Ohio train wreck and plenty of videos on that. Bunch of different chemicals. I don't, that's the first I heard of it, Mark. I don't watch the news, and I skipped right on by it on Facebook. So they so worried about it, they set it on fire.
Jeez.
Well, can they put up one of them barriers across the river to slow it down or something, or is it all mixed in now? I don't know. Sometimes they put that thing that catches oil. I don't know. The chlorine probably goes
Yeah.
with the
Yeah, I know what
current.
you're talking about. But they could contain it to one area, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, can't they close the lock and dam?
You would think so.
Yeah. It looked like they closed the lock and dam, closed 2 or 3 of them, and hold it, at least hold it, in a 50-mile stretch of Ohio River. I'm sure they got enough sense to know that. I guess they do. Is Ohio on the rise, or what is it?
I haven't heard.
I bet you J-Dog knows. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, spread it. It set on fire and then it goes on up in the air. I don't know. I don't know what they do about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it seemed to me like they closed them locked dams, a couple of them downriver, maybe 3. Park the towboats and evacuate the towboats and park them over there on the bank and tie them up and everybody go home.
Yeah.
And that would slow it down
I'm doing
anyway.
90
I
miles
don't
an
know.
hour. I got to
Let's
slow
slow
down.
it
I'm
down.
doing 90. I can't get another ticket. If I get another ticket,
Damn.
I'll lose my license. I got to slow down.
Well, you sure do.
Oh.
Oh, Bugman don't know if it made it to the Ohio River yet.
Okay.
What do you do after you stop it with the locks and dams? Or are you talking about setting it on fire? I don't know which. You all right, Jody?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I didn't know what that noise was.
The road's got a bad spot in it.
Oh,
It's where the salt eat it up.
I got you.
I'm on the interstate.
Yeah. All right. As it spreads longer in the bigger river, it will dissipate and get less toxic.
Okay.
But they're not sure it's even made it to the Ohio yet.
Okay. That's good.
Apparently, where it turned, the train derailed was on a smaller waterway somewhere up there.
Well, they should have been able to stop that then.
I don't know. Dam it up.
Yeah.
And I just don't. I don't know. I ain't smart enough to know.
Yeah. Anytime you stop water, it causes more problems. Every action has a reaction.
Yep. So, yeah, not blowing to a boat, man. It says that vinyl chloride is exposed to the water supply. People can be exposed when the gas leaves the water, showering, laundry, etc. Exposed to the water supply.
Hmm.
School somewhere getting shot up. What Billy said.
So the school got shot up, is that what you said?
That's what she said.
Wow.
Dang, folks have gone crazy.
Yeah. Sweet day. Sometimes they coach in 3 minutes or whatever time it'll be.
Do what, Jody? You was squabbling.
I said it's almost Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day to you too.
Where's my flowers?
Huh. Still up there at the florist. Yeah, Boatman said this is a big deal. Oh man, all kind of bad news. Well, I'm trying to find a railroad track around Palestine, and I don't see it. That's a highway. Spring Branch goes through Palestine, and then there's Spring. Yeah, there's Spring Branch, but I don't see no railroad. Turns into West Branch, Greenville Creek. And I'm just looking here. From Palestine, from what I can tell, I ain't found Ohio River yet. Uh, I can't. I don't think I'm going right. ought to be to hit the Ohio River by now.
Mark, get up here and help them find it and tell them about it.
It seems to me like I've been going south a long time. Michigan State is where they're doing the shooting. They're shooting up in Michigan State.
Wow. Crazy.
Something ain't right here. Because as far south as I've been, I should have come to the Ohio River. There's a big reservoir that will go in, but that's miles. I don't know. This telephone's hard. Hard to keep up with.
Yeah.
Dumped a little bit of everything in our rivers over the years. Yeah, they have. It ends up in the Great Miami River. In the Great Miami River. And then it goes into the Ohio River. Golly, it's hundreds and hundreds of miles from Palestine, Ohio, down to the Ohio River.
I just know they told me Ohio River. I didn't get to read it.
Well, if it's in Palestine, East Palestine, Ohio, it's you see how long I went south, how long I was thumbing this thing to get to it.
Yeah.
It dumps in at, I'm trying to find a town. There's Lawrenceburg. I'm trying to find a big city. It dumps in right to the east of where Interstate 275 crosses the Ohio River. Looks like about a mile, maybe a half a mile. And I don't see a big city down there yet. Well, downstream. I'm going to go downstream, but that's the way it would go. Lawrenceburg. Aurora. I don't even know what state that is. Indiana. So it looks to me like it runs down through Ohio and then cuts over and goes down through Indiana. And it dumps in at right here at the Little Miami. It dumps in right here in Indiana, next to Lawrenceburg, Indiana. The best I can tell. And it's a long ways up there to Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody else is looking. And that cloud ought to go east. The wind, I don't know, the wind prevails from the west, sort of.
Beats me.
I don't know. I'm gonna Google one more thing.
One more thing.
I don't see no East Palestine. All I see is Palestine. All right, I'm gonna try one more thing. Well, the road miles from Palestine, Ohio to Lawrenceburg, Indiana it ain't but 79 miles. So it ain't but 79 miles, but that water they don't go as straight as that highway does.
Yeah.
And Palestine is I got a good friend that lives right there. Ooh.
A good what?
It says East Palestine. A good friend that lives in Zanesville. Of course, he's due east of there. He's about the same. It's right outside of Columbus, Ohio. It's just to the west of Columbus, Ohio.
Okay.
And he lives about the same distance east of Columbus, Ohio, on the same highway. So he may have to go too. Yeah. So it's got 79. Well, the way that river and those creeks run, it's real crooked. It ain't. It's more than 79 water miles from East Palestine to the Ohio River. But the Little Miami is a big river. It ain't big as Ohio, but it's big.
Yeah.
And it's going. Yeah. All right. Here, Bugman says on February 3rd, hazardous chemical. But that's February the 3rd. We just now hearing about it?
I don't know.
Hell, this is the 13th.
Yeah. First I heard of it.
Well, wait a minute now. I thought the way y'all talk, it just happened.
I thought it just happened. It was just sent to me.
All right, and Bug says on February 9th, emergency crews ignited a controlled burn of toxic chemicals. Covering something up, man. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea.
Sound like they was hiding something.
I don't know. Only person I would believe, power stations under attack. What? Shooting down spy balloon? Just saying. Well, I just don't know. I don't know, Mark. I do. I know. Only thing I know, and I've said it, told a lot of friends. My wife knows it. I've told her. The one thing about being almost 76 years old, and I don't know how many more years I'm gonna be here, but it's gonna be a lot worse for you folks that's in your 40s and 50s. Yeah. I won't. I don't think. I don't know if I'll see it or not. I guess I could. I don't see East Palestine. I don't see it. Yeah, I know what I'll do. I'll type in East Palestine. East Palestine, Ohio to Lawrenceburg, Indiana. East Palestine, see, it's 315 miles from East Palestine to the Ohio River. East Palestine is north of Pittsburgh on the border. And that stuff goes right down by Cincinnati. Oh my goodness. Anybody from Ohio in here? Okay, Tim, I hope everything's all right, bud. I hope everything's all right. Yeah, I did, Bug Man. I got it, East Palestine. It's up near above Pittsburgh. And I don't know what waterway it's on up there. I don't even see a waterway. I don't even see a drainage ditch. There's got to be one up there somewhere, though. Well, there's a little bit of stream right there. So little it ain't even got a name. Yeah, I don't know. It follows that highway though. And then it gets to one that's got a name. Going right by the East Palestine Country Club. Well, there's the waterway is going down right there. If it'll give me a name for it. It calls it North Fork of Little Beaver Creek. North Fork of Little Beaver Creek. But I'm tired of looking at that little map. There's 300 something miles of water before it gets to the Ohio. Yeah. I don't know. Michigan State. Do you know any details, Billy? I can't keep them straight. 205. They too smart for me. You know, Yankees are just by nature smarter than Southern.
Oh, bull butter.
What?
Ain't no Yankee smarter than us.
Yeah, they smart. Maybe they can tell me something about Michigan State now. If there's any details of what they're saying. I told you heard me tell them, Mark. Is anybody checking on Michigan State? All right, official warning, control burn would send phosgene and hydrogen chloride into the air. highly toxic, colorless gas with a strong odor that can cause vomiting. It's used as a weapon in World War One. Oh, 3 people killed at the MSU campus.
Mm.
Highly toxic, a strong odor that can hydrogen chloride. Well, it's got a lot of water in it.
Yeah.
The gas it causes was used in World War One. Who was it used by, Bud? Us or Germany? It says it causes vomiting. I guess if it's strong enough, I guess it can kill you, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a terrible thing, but I don't know. You know, if it happened on February the 3rd, that's 10 days ago. And Jody, me
Yeah.
and you just
It's
me,
first,
you, we just not hearing about it. It can't be that bad a deal.
did anybody else know about it in chat?
Apparently, they didn't act like anybody knew about it. Except Bugman, he's the one talking about it. No, Steve. Let's see. No, Steve. Southern just played dumb. I don't know how to do it. Maybe you should do it for me. But let me see. Chucky says that creek I was talking about runs into the Ohio at Glasgow, Pennsylvania. All right, well, Chucky, put in Google, East Palestine, Ohio to Glasgow, Pennsylvania, and it'll tell you how many highway miles it is. 5 injured in Michigan, wounded, being treated in local hospital, police said. CP knew about it. Well, CP usually gets all excited when something like that happens and tells me about it, but he didn't tell me this time. 5 people injured, 3 with life-threatening injuries. I don't know what gets into people that do this mass shooting. It's just crazy.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what gets into their head that make them think they got to take somebody out with them.
I guess. Well, you know, it was a gun-free zone on the campus.
Yeah.
You know, when we were in college, when I was in college, I didn't stay in a dorm at one time. One semester, first semester, Delta State. Like, we carried our guns. We had a man that lived there in the dorm, you know, that watched the, dorm daddy or whatever you want to call him. I carried my rifle and shotgun and put it, and he kept it in his room.
Yeah.
And when, like on a Thursday morning when I didn't have no classes, I tell him I need to get my guns in the morning. He said, "What time?" I said, "About 5:30." He said, "Hell, take them now." And he gave me my guns, and I go put them, and that's probably up in the corner in the dorm room.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, Robert. That's right. Go to the gun-free zone if you're going to go to shooting folks. Watching the stupid balloon. That's pretty sad state of affairs when floating along in the breeze. And they saw it in Alaska with the radar.
Yeah.
I mean, we got good radar. We got the best radar in the world in Alaska, and they saw it out there coming, and somebody had to tell them to stand down, or they'd have shot it over the Bering Strait.
Yeah.
Somebody had to tell them don't leave it alone. I mean, that's crazy to let that balloon float across there like that.
Let's try to float a balloon over there and see what happens.
Yeah, they're gonna
And be
blow
shot
it up.
down immediately.
Yeah, and they're gonna, they're gonna blow it up quick.
Yeah.
But Biden got all them investments. Him and that crazy boy, he's got all them investments in China, and they may be part owner in the damn balloon company. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Bug. I always had 2 or 3 guns in the gun rack at school, in high school. I don't believe anything either, Mark. I mean, the American people, we ain't stupid. We know what, I think a lot of us know what's going on, but the thing is, we don't get to count the votes, and they do, and it don't make no difference no more if you vote or not. It used to matter, but it don't matter no more.
No.
Don't matter one little bit. And I used to give kids 100 in the classroom as seniors and kept those voter registration papers in my desk. And when they brought me back their voting card, I put 100 in the grade book on. I mean, I ain't never missed voting, but this last election we had here in Mississippi, I didn't go up there. Ticky tacky checks. Yeah, they probably dropped one off up there to Who Has and Chunky, dropped him a check, ticky tacky check. Oh man. Yeah. No, it ain't the guns. We all know that. Yeah. But
My kids, where they go to school at in high school here, is it muzzle loaders that use that black powder?
right.
They have those in the schools. They do Civil War reenactment. You see
Well,
kids walking around with them that walk around with those all the time.
yeah, they don't have any ammo for them. No, they just put powder in.
I know when my daughter did it, she shot it during the reenactments.
Caught what?
The gun.
Oh, she shot one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
just load them with black powder probably and put
yeah.
a cap on them, and they make a hell of a bang.
Yeah.
All right, Bug. See you later. Yeah. I don't know. It's crazy. This little town I live in used to be the trophy of the Delta. And now they're shooting and killing every night. And it used to be over 50,000 people. And now it's down to 23,000 in the last census. Everybody left.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't but 18 miles to the Ohio River from where the train wreck was. Lord, that must have. Well, it's already in the Ohio River. It turned over on the 30. It ain't but 18 and a half miles.
That's what I thought.
Well, they went right on it. It's in Ohio already. They better be closing them locks and down and hope the water ain't running over the spillway. J-Dog would know. Who else would know?
Mike Greenwell.
Fields of Water.
Yeah.
Wouldn't he know?
Probably.
Yeah, caught by. Yeah, don't talk about bombs because it's there's a real bomb maker in the chat room. I ain't talking about no firecracker bombs. I'm talking about dynamite type bombs. And
who is it?
The person is in the chat room. He blow a concrete house up off into. I ain't gonna call no name, but he, yeah. Well, I ain't never met but one person in the chat room, so it ain't gonna be hard to figure out who it is, Jody.
I can't read chat. I'm blind.
Well, then I won't say.
I gotta get glasses.
Yeah. And look, where you going, CP?
So it's him.
CP said, well, I'm leaving. And look here, Jody. back, shit, I don't know, back in the early 2000s, we had FBI agents join that group of fishermen on them trips we used to go on.
Mm-hmm.
We were camped on the river up there at Tunica, Mississippi. It's about 25 miles south of Memphis.
I've been there.
Tunica, okay. Well, there's a little old park out on the river. It's a county park. It ain't at the casino. It's further. It's a little bit more south of the casino.
Okay.
And we was all camped. I don't know how many of us it was. 20, 30, 25, 15. I don't know. It was a bunch of them. Well, anyway, the FBI agent was there. And he had already been to several trips. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
We knew him well. And CP was there. And we were sitting around talking, and I said something about them, or maybe the boy, the FBI man, had told CP to bring one of them bombs with it. I don't remember how it came about. But they walked out there on the bank, on the edge of the river, and there's gray rocks everywhere.
Yeah.
And they lit that thing and threw it. Had a little short fuse on it. Jody, when that thing went off, you could hear it for 4 or 5 minutes. It seemed like it went all the way up the river about 3, 4, 5 miles, all the way down the river 3, 4, 5 miles. Oh, that old boy from Oklahoma, the FBI man, said, "Damn." He said, "Y'all wasn't lying about these things." No, we wasn't lying. If you'd have gone down there and set them down in under them rocks down there, them big old boulders.
Yeah.
And had a long enough fuse and lit it and got back, it'd shoot them things all over the country.
Wow.
I'm talking about it. These are real bombs.
Mm-hmm.
You blow stumps with them. You blow, you get them up in the ground up on a stump. You blow a stump up out of the ground, you're like a stick of dynamite.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Huh?
Is it like that tanninite?
I don't know what he makes it out of.
Yeah.
Yeah. We used to coon hunt with them things, but can you imagine trying to coon hunt with carbide light? And in the dead of winter, when there were no leaves on the tree, all 8 out of 10 coons would look at you in that dim little flickering light you had. But you just couldn't see nothing. You had to look. He had to look at you.
Mm-hmm.
To kill him. And his eyes glow in the dark. And then I coon hunted. I don't know how many years with one of them things. 4 or 5, I guess, when I was young in my teens. And then I bought that big old 6-volt dry cell battery, old square thing about tall as a glass.
Mm-hmm.
You have a little band around your little headlight on your head. Boy, that was like being uptown. And we could see the coons then with those, except you had to buy a battery every night. Every day, every time you went coon hunting. And then they came out with these 4-volt batteries. that you wear
Yeah.
on your waist.
Mhm.
Mining battery, same lights they use in the mines. The I can't even remember the name of wheat lights. Wheat lights, that's what they call it.
Okay.
The same thing they wore the miners wore. Exactly the same light. And that battery would last all night long on high. It had a high and low. And seemed to me like back in the 80s, them things cost the belt and the battery, the light, and the helmet that it snapped on, the hard hat that it snapped on, it probably was $180 maybe.
Mhm.
And then they came out with a night light, what CP's talking about there, and that thing it'll burn. You can hold it on the leaves on the tree, and it'll set them on fire.
Gee.
But I never did buy a night light. I stayed with the wheat lights. We had three of them. I had one. The boy, each of my sons had one. Wheat lights, $150. That's about right. But when you end up, I don't remember if you had to buy the helmet and the belt separate or not. But they were nice. They revolutionized coon hunting when people started using them. But we had a man here over here about 30 miles east of me that sold to me at a service station. He's a big coon hunter too. He actually was a legend. He's dead now, but he coon hunted all over the United States and had some of the best dogs there was. And look, when a dog comes out of the Mississippi Delta, and he'll tree a coon anywhere in the United States because we got every varmint that walks the face of the earth here.
Yeah.
And if you can get a straight dog in the Delta, one that won't run nothing but coons, he won't bother armadillos or fox or deer or possum. You got a high dollar coon dog. So he had a dealership on those lights. Yeah, those night lights are super bright. Okay, David. I couldn't remember what I paid for them. Been so many years ago. Bright Eye Fusion. Yeah, there's several different ones out there now. But, in the very beginning of the good lights, or the wheat light was about it that we ever had. It's the only one I saw when I went to the field trials and all that, all around Arkansas and Mississippi.
Mhm.
The only thing I ever saw was wheat lights. I was just answering some of these questions in the chat. Managed a store for 4 years. Okay. Well, that's good, David. Sold wheat lights. He sold wheat lights.
I don't even know what a wheat light is.
It's a miner's light. When you see the lights for miners,
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
when you see
Yeah.
the pictures of the miners walking around outside the mine with
Yeah,
that
that thing
light
on
on,
their head.
yeah, that's a wheat light.
Okay. They coal mine up where I live. I know what you're talking about. I see that
They,
stuff.
yeah, you've seen them. I know you've seen them. I bet you can buy them in the drugstore there. Probably. Yeah.
I know about that.
Oh, I tell you what, I bet you can do. I bet you can go to the pawn shops around up there and get them for cheap.
Probably.
I bet you do.
I think I got one in the attic somewhere.
Well, you probably do.
I know I got one of the old tin lunch boxes they had.
I still got my helmet, Bud. Yeah, I still got my helmet. Got my name on the brass piece that holds the light. I got my name on there. and I took a soldering iron in the back of that hard hat and pumped a hole back yonder. And I had me a coon tail hanging out of it. I skint that hair off it and got that coon tail up in that hand and tied bunch of trot line cord around there. It wouldn't pull back out of the hole.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I wore coon hunting. Didn't have coming home since. Yeah. Yeah, well, the whole thing, CP, he wasn't told them coons. You was told them.
How long you guys been friends?
Me and CP.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back in my journal and find out the night we met. It was over in Arkansas. On the Arkansas River.
Yeah.
But I have to look in my journal. That's way back yonder. Did you know I was the best man in his wedding?
No.
I sure was. And you know where he got married?
Where?
Somewhere way the hell off up yonder in Kentucky.
Of all places.
Of all places to get married. That's where I had to go.
Yeah.
He'll tell you where it was. I can't remember.
Hazard, Kentucky.
No, it wasn't Hazard. Cordless weed, okay. You know, that's a good question. I'm going to find out where we met. I'm fixing to find it on this book in my journal. I know I can.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure I wrote it down. No, I wrote it down. Man, I got maps drawn in here and everything. You know, I've had two different people ask me, and they took this journal and photocopied it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They sure did, every page.
Yeah.
Now, this is all about catfishing on the Mississippi River, though. That's, you know, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Probably learned a lot from it.
Well, they learned where to go, you know, a lot of spots to go to.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted it for.
Yeah.
Let's see. Because I got all the spots and I got maps drawn to point them out on the river and everything.
Yeah.
Water levels. Oh, that's when I was interviewed by the ABC TV crew.
Mm.
Not the local. I'm talking about the national news.
Yeah.
Sunday night with that woman, Carol somebody.
Baskin.
They interviewed me on the riverbank one day in Arkansas.
Wow.
Sure as hell
That's
did.
cool.
And they sure did.
Hmm.
I believe I done found it. It's going to be in the year 03.
1903.
Wait a minute now. 1803. You just about as funny as a ingrown toenail. Listen at that.
Oh.
There's that real close to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, where I got married. Where you got married.
Clarksville, up around that area.
Yeah, I went through Clarksville. I remember that.
Yep. My brother-in-law used to be stationed at Fort Campbell. I used to go up there quite a bit.
Oh man, David, that's great. Back in 1998, I started and held the biggest coon hunt competition in the state of Arkansas. I was sick and tired of hearing the coon hunters arguing about who had the best dog. TV covered it. That's great, David.
Wow.
Yeah,
Learn
man.
something all the time, don't you?
Yeah, you do. I knew he was a duck guide and all that, but I didn't know he was into the coon hunting all that much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, daggone. Oh, I ain't found it yet. But I know it's going to be 03. Well, no, I'm in 04 now. I don't know when we started getting them things together. For some reason. I don't know. I'd have to go back and probably read this thing a lot closer than that. It could have been later than 04 too. Who knows? Very little, no wind. 328 B. Joe Air 3 boats. March 15th, sunflower. So, I believe it was in the hot summertime though.
Yeah.
Seemed like
Let's
it was.
see. That Fort Campbell in Clarksville, Tennessee. Ain't that where Paula Smith lives up in that area?
You know, I don't know.
I think so. I ain't gonna swear to it.
WDM gathering. Tuesday, May 19th through the 22nd. That's when it was. CP, it was, you remember what's that holiday that comes at the end of June? I mean, the end of May,
Memorial
on the
Day.
20th of May. What is it? Memorial Day. It was over Memorial Day, CP, in 05. It was Memorial Day because you remember when Joe Ware set that thing up, if you remember correctly, the first one. But I don't believe this was the first one. For some reason, I don't think 05 was the first one. Called Jimmy Thompson. I remember when he caught the 22-pound fish up there on the Arkansas River. Surely I wrote it down. Surely to goodness I did. But I sure don't see it.
You got a good memory.
Banjo, walk a dog. Yeah, buddy, walk a dog. I don't know. 05 is what I see. First one I wrote in here. And you left that in 03? You were forklift? I thought you was in that, I thought you was with Microsoft or whatever that thing is called with the Xboxes. Yeah, I thought you were into the doing the Xbox things for whoever that was. Microsoft, what's the name of it? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but it was the 20th of May. I know when it was. All right, whenever that Memorial Day, it was a Memorial Day holiday. All right, let me look at this May. Arkansas Gathering, Wilbur D. Mills. There it is, right there. Met Charles Phillips. I got it written in here. It was I got it written in here. I met Charles Phillips. It was May 20, 21, 22. of what year? Damn, I didn't put the year in there. Keep on going till I find an entry where I put it in there. 04. It was 04, CP. No, I got it written down right here. May 20, 21, and 22. Arkansas Gathering, Wilbur Mills Park. I caught a 5-pound flat and a 10-pound blue on live brim. I met Charles Phillips. The book don't lie. It was May 20, 21, 22 of 04. Sure was. There it is.
Plain as day.
Huh?
Plain as day.
Yeah, I hear the groceries moving around.
Yep, I'm just got here.
There it is. Okay, now we know. 04. So how many years is that, CP? 19? Yeah, not almost fitting to be 20 years, boy. That's a long time. Seems like it just last weekend you pulled up there in that truck at midnight. Had a box, had a big old tent in a box, brand new. Ain't never put it up. Ain't never slept in a tent. And then he unfolded that thing, and I said, "Man, it ain't." I had a little pup tent with one man tent. It's a little Coleman tent. I said, "Man, I can't help you put that tent up." It was dark. It was midnight, after midnight. And I happened to look down yonder at the next campsite, and there was a boy named Tommy. He was a nurse, a male nurse, and he had his whole family down there. They had up 2 or 3 big old tents. And I took off down there with my little light, and I went up and I said, "Tommy, man, we need some help. We need some help putting up a tent." I said, "This boy that come in here with a tent, he ain't never put up a tent, he ain't never slept in a tent, and this is a big tent." He done bought it off of eBay or somewhere. So I got me a beer and sat down over there and went to watch it. And him and James Watson, the fellow was with Charles, and Charles put that tent up. There wasn't no time putting that thing up. That boy Tommy knew all about putting that thing up. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've been over there a bunch of times, David. It's a boat ramp on, that's when you drop that knife on the top of your foot. I've been over there. I've stayed on both sides of that damn, David, in both of them parks, Notchibus Bend and Wilbur D. Mills, a bunch. I've been over there a pile of times. Now, we used to drive over there just to go catch skipjacks until I go home. Yeah, there's a boat ramp on both sides of Arkansas below the dam. But, David, if you go over there, don't stay in that park. You go all the way down to the dam and stay in that park down there that's below the dam. The mosquitoes will tote you off up there at that other park. You know, after that, we had 2 gatherings there at the dam in 2 years, and then the next year. And then somebody else jumped in there and started making suggestions and all this, Took it away from Joe, the boy that started, the boy from here in Greenville started. And they just decided they were all going to stay up there at that park with the big trees in it. Well, I knew about that park because I had stayed in that park 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I stayed in that park before they ever put a hydro plant on that dam. I stayed in that park when it was just a dam and didn't have no generator on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they were all inside a big old tent canopy. You know, one of them canopy screen canopies.
Yeah.
And we sat in the truck, and I said, if you want this food, come on out here and get it. I ain't getting out of this truck. Man, the mosquitoes, and it was in the daytime. And the mosquitoes was bad, and they was having to stay up in the screen canopy. During the daytime, they so bad.
Wow.
So, yeah, they're terrible. So when they
I
had
hate
that,
mosquitoes.
oh man, we got about 1 million. So when they had that gathering and the other fellas then took it away from Joe, and they all decided that's where they was gonna camp. Joe didn't go, and I went by myself, and I stayed down there at the end by the dam. I didn't stay with none of them guys. I stopped and visited with them, but I put up and look. That second day when I went up there to visit with them after I fished some, they asked me, was it any campsites open down there? I said, no, there's one. I think it's 1 or 2 down there. I said, man, do nothing around here, these mosquitoes. I said, I tried to tell y'all in the chat room not to stay there. I told y'all, and they said, well, you sure did. I said, well, y'all just suffer through it. I said, they ain't that bad down there where I am. And they're not in that there's 2 parks there. There actually is 3. There's one on the other side of the river. And then there's a giant one called Marisack. And that's where we all stay now, is at Marisack when we was going over there. Oh, it's got them fancy bathrooms where one person you go in and lock the door, you know.
Yeah.
It's like going in your bathroom in your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, that park, you don't want to stay there. Let's see, what's he talking about? See what now? You need to see the new one. What's the new? What are you talking about, David? The new what? Burns Park. Burns Park. Wait now. Burns Park's in Little Rock. Oh, the new boat ramp. Well, where did they build it? They had to build it in the same place the old one was, didn't they? No, the storm didn't get you and Martin. That was you and that boy from up Arkansas, up the river from West Memphis. What you got there? Pickles?
No, I got something from Has.
You got what? Oh, those are those food.
Those are the big ones. The cat daddies.
Wait a minute, David. There ain't no golf course at Wilbur D. Mills. You're in the wrong place. Wilbur D. Mills is outside of Dumas. You in 2 different places here. Where did the storm get me and Martin? That wasn't Martin, was it, Dave? Charles? That was that boy that dressed in black like Jody all the time. Boy didn't wear nothing but black clothes.
Johnny Cash.
He favored Johnny Cash. But I know where the storm like to got you to. I know where that was. when me and when me and Mac and Everett didn't even know it stormed, and it like blowed y'all in the room in that tent. All three of us was in camper shells in the back of the truck. But we didn't even know it rained and stormed. And CP and that guy like got blowed in the St. Francis River. They was holding that tent down, Jack. He was blowing away. He was telling us the next morning about it. Man, there wasn't no storm last night. Yeah. None of us in the camper shells hit. But they did. They said that wind was blowing. CP said all he could think about was trying to get out of that tent in that river. They was over there holding one side down. Oh boy. We missed all that. You should have parked your truck beside it. It blocks on that wind.
Can you see the difference in the size of them reels?
You're going to have to move. Wait, let me do it this way. The top one looks bigger to me.
It is. This is the 6,000 Ancient Mariner, and
Yeah.
that's the 7,000.
Okay.
Look how much nicer the 7,000 is. I can't believe the difference. I can't get my phone to turn.
Yeah. It's across the river to the Rosamond Golf Course on the north side of it. What town are you near, David? You're in Little Rock, ain't you? I mean, is that where all that is in Little Rock? I don't know. You got me lost.
That thing's huge compared to that
Yeah.
blue one.
It's big. I wonder does it cast good?
The blue one does, so I'm assuming this one will.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Little Rock. No, I've never been to that.
Oh. Yeah, I like the black better.
It's a lot bigger than that little blue one.
It's the
almost-
blue one's got this little push button,
Yeah, yeah.
and this
That
black
al-
one I think is that lever.
That black one looks like a 309. A Penn 309. It's got a lever on it.
It's got a lever too,
A Penn 309 does.
right there.
I think, I don't know if they're on the right or the left. I can't remember.
Yeah.
What's your gear ratio on that thing? Do you know? Are they the same?
Don't know. 3-1 stainless steel.
30 is
Right there it is.
3.7 to 1. What's the 6,000?
Let me reach and get the box. Let's see. I don't see it on it.
Got to be on there somewhere. Oh, brass bushings. It's not right there.
I
Move
got
it
it
on,
orange and
move it on around. Let's look at the other side of the box. Yeah, I don't see it. Look at another side. Well, damn. Must be on a piece of paper then.
it had no paper in it.
I ain't never seen a real box that didn't have the gear ratio on it. One-way clutch bind. Turn on the bottom. Maybe it's on the bottom.
Nope.
What about the front? Have we looked at all the sides?
Yeah.
Get it down there closer. You don't see no numbers on it?
No, I can read that part. Ancient
Somebody,
mariner reels are built providing the best quality and tested by serious saltwater anglers. Inshore to offshore, we got you covered. Ancient mariner reels are all aluminum, 1060 made reel frame with springs, brake system, and stainless steel bearing. Put the brakes on your game fish. Provide the best customer service on the planet, life warranty.
well, somebody's got to know what the
I bet
what
Chucky knows if he's in chat.
Chucky can Chuck. Chucky maybe can.
He's got several of them.
What's the gear ratio? 4 to 2, 4.2 to 1, 4.2 to 1. I guess is what you saying, Tim. That's the other one.
This is the big one, 3.
Yeah. See, that ain't gonna
7.1.
cast. That ain't gonna cast as good as the 6,000.
You don't reckon?
And now because it's the difference in 3.7 to 4.2.
Yeah.
About the same difference it is in between a 309 and a 209.
That's a big difference right there.
Yeah. And it's geared lower, see.
Yeah. It's got
Well,
an extra knob on it too.
4.2 to 1. Yeah, it'll reel in a concrete block, but it's gonna reel it in slow.
Yeah.
Well, she's on a boat though, David. She don't need nothing to cast a long way.
Let's see.
If I was gonna buy one of them, I'd have to buy the little blue one so I can throw it out a little bit. Oh, don't wear your clicker out. Turn your clicker off.
I wanted to hear about the clicker sound compared to this one.
It's gonna be a lot louder.
Yep.
I don't even hear that one.
You can't even hear this one?
You ain't got it on.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. I hear it now. Oh yeah. That reel's made on the order of pin 309.
I thought it was more Abu. I didn't know.
Now it looks more like a 309 than it does Abu to me now, anyway.
Yeah.
But you can put,
And I got 4 of them, 4 packs of them.
there you go. You can put as much weight on that as you want.
Yep.
How much weight do you normally fish with?
Well, I could usually a big skipjack. I get 3 pieces out of it.
Yeah.
So a big skipjack's 2 pounds. So I'm figuring 4 ounces, 3 to 4 ounces a piece.
To hold it on the bottom?
Now that's how heavy my bait is, 3 to 4
Yeah.
ounces.
Okay, well, how much is the lead? How big a lead?
I've been using 6 and 8 ounces.
Yeah. Well, if you get in a spot, that black reel will handle 12, 14 ounces from a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can throw it out there and it ain't gonna move if you put that big anchor weight on it. And it'll reel it in easy. It won't bother you reel either.
Let's see, those 8 ounce. James made those.
Yeah, that's the good looking weights.
Yep.
I couldn't make
I think Ed Evans made them.
Yeah, that's got a hole all the way through it.
Yep.
Yeah. So I use the first weights if I had any that kind of weight, but I take my scales and go out there and weigh me up some tire weights.
Yeah.
And when I get 6 or 8 ounces,
Those are 6 ounce.
I stuff them in. I stuff them weights up in heat shrink
Yeah.
and get them all in there good. And I tie them all together before I stick them in there with trot line cord. And I leave a piece of trot line cord sticking out the end of that heat shrink, and I put the torch to it. And I got a weight with a string sticking out of it. That's what I do. To me, that's a lot easier than melting that weight. You use all that gas and heat and dipping and pouring and cutting all the little checks off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I do now. Plus you use, the clips on those tire weights that holds it on the tire.
Yeah.
So you don't use them when you melt them. You dip them out and throw them away. You don't pour lead with them. But you use them with the way I do it. You got that extra weight from them tire clips on there too.
Oh yeah.
And they seal up under that heat shrink. And pretty easy to do and a lot safer. I used to pour here. I got a mold that's got 8, 10, 12, and 16. 8, 10, 12, and 16. And then I got one mold that a shop made for me that'll pour, I think, at 24s. 24 ounces. I need to find somebody that needs all that stuff. Put a little sale on.
Yeah. I need new everything. I've wore everything I got out about it.
What you done wore out?
I wore a lot of my poles out, and a lot of my reels ain't doing good now.
Well, get them serviced.
I don't know how to service them.
Well, send them to somebody. Send them to somebody, and don't just buy new ones every time they.
I bought that.
Yeah, but they need cleaning and new. They probably need new friction ring, drag rings in it, drag washers.
Yeah.
And you can send 2 off at a time.
Well, I really buy cheap reels. Like my Akumas are $50.
That don't matter. They can fix them.
But they're really good reels, and like I probably fish more in a month than most people fish in a year.
Yeah.
I've probably been over 20 times this year.
That's right.
So mine really do get used a lot.
So you gotta be careful with oil inside in them reels because it'll get on those drag washers and it'll ruin your drag.
Will it?
Yeah, it's just like drag like
this
oil.
This is a cleaner, and this says better.
But they got oil.
Gear, real grease. This says real better, real oil.
Okay, now listen, Jordan. Hold one of them reels up in the camera, the end of it.
Let's see. I don't have one of my Akumas here.
That don't matter. Just hold one of those ancient miners. Don't matter. Let me see the other end of it. I don't see no oil ports on that thing. It ain't no oil ports on it, is it?
I don't see no hole to stick no oil in.
It won't be a hole. It'll be an indent. It'll be an indent. It'll be an indent with a little ball that you press down and put oil in.
Really?
Yeah, but there ain't none on them reels. You got to tear them apart to oil them and clean them up. But if you just go squirting oil in there, you're going to mess them drag washers up and you ain't going to have nothing in. Doesn't got any oil ports on it?
I don't reckon.
That's a screw? Every one of them a screw?
Yeah.
Yeah, David's trying to tell you there. He said you got to take the outside covers off to get in there to clean it up a little bit. All your oil is the gears, your oil that worm, it's so that the line feeders on.
All of these are just empty poles.
But see the pin reel's got oil ports all over. And if you put oil in those ports, well, really the best thing is it's a silicone based lubricant, not silicone. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a non-oil based lubricant. They won't collect dust and stuff. Same thing I used on my pop-up camper, the oil and pulleys and cables and keep it from collecting dust where to reel up and down easy.
There's a little spin reel loose.
I don't see no oil
Walmart
ports.
brand.
I don't see no oil ports on none of them.
Yeah.
Well, David said you got to take the outside of them off, and
That's what I need to learn to do. Well, I'm fixing to be off work, so I'll learn to do all that while I'm off.
well, just pick the worst one and practice. And I'll tell you something else. When you take that outside cover off, take a couple of pictures as you're taking it off, or shoot a video of it so you can look back and see what goes where.
Okay.
Set your camera up there by you,
Yeah.
and put it up there where the camera can see it so you'll know where stuff goes. Because there's a million little bitty parts up in there. I'm sure. Yeah,
Oh, I
but
bet.
Thomas told me he would service them 309s if I sent them to him, but I never have sent them to him.
I just found my fancy glove. I was missing one. Let's found the other one to it. I'm finding all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I've been
Marty.
cleaning my house out.
Yeah. And there you go, Tim. You can download the schematics and that'll show you where everything goes, Joe.
I still got the box to one of them. The last one I bought.
You
Put
know,
in my closet.
but the schematics will be on the paperwork. It'll be on paper.
I can't reach it. Let me see if I can get a rod right here and knock it down with it.
$20 a can, but it's good. Yeah. She probably needs some new gears and all, because them, them reels need some parts.
These are the ones I buy a lot.
All right. Is there any paperwork in there? No. Yeah, it is. All right. Somewhere in there, I bet it'll be a picture of the book, of the reel inside. There it is. That's how it breaks down right there.
Yep.
Now, you ought to have the same thing for the Ancient Mariner.
Nope, wasn't in there.
Well, you can download it. Yeah, that's right, bud.
Star Drag Reels owner manual. I'll
Yeah.
look at all that next week. Hopefully I can stay off a while.
Well, get you a white towel, lay it out on the table.
Yeah.
Get all your little screwdrivers to start with, and you're gonna need a pair of small needle nose pliers probably, and about a 2-pound shop hammer to finish it off when you can't get it back together.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be easy to come apart.
But hard to put back together. Probably.
I wouldn't attempt it no more. I used to work on those, put new parts. In fact, I got a bunch of new parts in a jar in that closet there for them pins. But I wouldn't think about working on one of them no more. I'm too nervous and shake too bad. They, at one point, 15, 20 years ago, they updated the fabric, I guess it's fabric, that they made the drag washers out of, and they advertised that they were 30%, I think it was 30% stronger and better than the original drag washers that were in them. So I ordered 5 sets of them things. And as the drags started getting a little loose on mine, where it wouldn't, I had to really tighten down. I started putting them new washers in all 5 of them, and boy, you talking about something else, man. I love them drag washers. Yeah, Jody. Now you know Thomas works on them things,
Yeah.
and he'll work on them for you. And if you drop him a little money, he ain't gonna charge you nothing. You got to pay him for doing it.
Yeah. I might bring some cat combs. I was thinking of selling all my Mad Cat, not my Mad Cat, but the big cat fever rods and buying Mad Cats.
Well, I love them whisker seekers.
Whisker seekers.
Yeah, black
I
and
got
orange.
that net and I don't like them.
You got what?
I bought that $200 net and I can barely use it. It's so heavy. I stick that down in current and it just tries to rip it out of my hand.
No, that's right, Tim. A reel ain't nothing compared to working on a watch. Oh, Lord. No, you're very right about that. Well, I don't know. I like it. I ain't got but one of them, but I really like it. I really, really do like it. And that thing will hold a 6-ounce weight. I like the color of that black and orange. Looks good to me.
Of what? Black what?
The Whisker Seekers.
They are pretty, but you seen those Green Goblin Mad Cats?
They're
mostly green with black. They match my logo.
Oh yeah, well that'd be good.
I was thinking of getting 6 of those.
Well, I sold a bigger 12-foot rod. I can't remember what kind it was. I made a video. I put a video on it of it selling that thing. What was it, rod? Big Mike told me what it was. I never could remember the name of it. What was the name of that rod, CP? What brand was it? Wasn't Mad Cats, I don't think. Slime Cat. Slime Cat? Slime Cat? Oh, I don't know if that was
See if
not.
I got these up here.
But that boy walked up on that damn riverbank and bought that reel and rod and reel and everything off of me.
Really?
Oh, Lucky. What's wrong? Hey, boy.
Hairball.
Yeah. Well, I give him medicine for it. That's bad, ain't it? So bad you ain't swinging at me. Look at that cat. I don't know. Yeah, it's David Smith is on the ball. You can watch a few videos too, Jody. And if you got the time, just watch some videos and sit down and do it. They ain't that complicated. Yeah, he didn't let him come up. It's like more like he had something in his coffee.
I got 5 of these. One of them was a gift, and I bought the other 4.
Oh, is that the Mad Cats?
No, these are Big Cat Fever limited edition.
Oh, Big Cat Fever.
They're black and with the green accents. You just can't see them every night.
Well, you know what I did to some of my rods, though? I
What?
went up and bought me a can of fluorescent paint, painted about 1.5 foot of the end of it.
Well, it's got the tips on it, but you
Shine.
can't see the takedown really.
Yeah. Is that a, oh hell, I can't think of the name of the company. All right, Tim. Oh Lord, Tim.
I ain't even used them.
Choppering him in. What does that mean? Choppering him in. What does that mean? Choppering.
Chocolate?
His brother-in-law just had a heart attack. Tim's headed to the hospital. Well,
Who?
Tim, I hope everything's okay, man. Thank you for being in here. And yeah, prayers to your brother-in-law. We'll be thinking about y'all.
Tim
Helicopter.
Molina?
Yeah, his brother-in-law just had a heart attack.
Oh.
Transported him by helicopter. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you. Life flight. I got you. I understand now. Choppering. I didn't catch it. No, good luck to you.
I was going to show you. It's in the bottom of my bag of dirty clothes. I ain't washed yet. I think it is anyway. Nope, it ain't in there. I lost it.
What you looking for?
My Billy Club.
You finna hit somebody.
Yeah.
We got a Billy in here you can hit. I don't know if Billy's still in here or not. You swinging at Billy.
Billy would be I forget the first name of Billy. Something catfishing.
Yeah, I hadn't seen a comment in quite a while, so I don't know. It's Billie. Is that a girl?
I don't think so. Because I think Lisa might be his woman.
Who?
There's a Lisa. Wait, is that a coyote out here?
Who's your girlfriend?
There's a Lisa. I thought might have been his woman. I don't know.
You talking about hot mess catfishing?
No, that's Melissa.
No, that's Alicia.
No, there's the holster. You're talking about hot mess, Alicia.
Cold Creek Billy.
Yeah.
What's her name? Is she Melitex too now?
Her name's Hot Mess Alicia.
That's Alicia. Well, who are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Alicia. There's a Lisa that's in
Lisa?
chat. I thought, yeah, just a Lisa.
The only Lisa I know is Aaron. Is Lisa Lee? Aaron and Lisa.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen any others. I don't guess.
I gotta clean my truck out. Nope, that's what I back up my truck with.
Are you outside or inside?
I'm outside looking in my truck.
Spring Mountain Lisa. I don't think I've seen that name, Miss.
Yeah, Spring Mountain Lisa. Is that his lady, Billy's? I just assumed it was. I was probably wrong. We have barnacles. I can't believe I lost that.
I don't know.
Now, how am I supposed to smack somebody?
Y'all talking way over my head now.
You know, one of them police batons.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I keep mine under the seat, but I don't have a
Really?
store bought. I got a tire tube.
Yeah.
One of them
Usually my
L-shaped
truck's
tires.
clean. I just ain't emptied it from this weekend yet. There's me some new anchor rope.
You might live in that truck.
I
Mhm.
do every summer. Oh well.
And you really are this summer if you don't go back to work.
I know.
Did you get any blood money?
Blood money, what's that?
Severance.
No, I don't get nothing. I get $2.75 a week unemployment.
How many years were you there?
23.
And they don't give you no severance money
No.
for years of service?
Nope.
Good gracious. Will they lay everybody off?
They're down to like 140 people.
How many?
140. It was over 600.
And what do they make?
We get government contracts that make military apparel, like trousers and
Ah,
sleeping bags and parkas.
I got you. And they ain't buying nothing for the military now.
Not since the Democrat went in.
They gonna stay in too. No way to vote them out.
When Republicans in, we're booming.
Well, they believe in building, having a strong military. I mean, if there had been a Republican president, that balloon would have never floated all the way across the United States.
No, it wouldn't have.
Everybody knows that. But
Yeah.
people don't give a damn, as long as they're getting that government check and free telephones and all that. I mean, that ain't nothing but buying votes.
Yeah.
That's all that is buying votes. And that's against the law, but it's all right to do. The government can do it.
Yeah.
But, right here next election time, you watch. Look here, man, they don't do nothing for Social Security. And that's for people that work their whole life. These folks out here on welfare that don't hit a lick, they don't even scratch their own itch. They get 2 and 3 times more money a month than I get, and I worked for 40, 50 years.
I had a flat tire one time and asked this man to change my tire. I'd pay him, and he would not.
Yeah,
He said he'd be afraid somebody would be watching him and turn him in on his check.
yeah.
So I had to wait 2 hours for somebody to come change it.
Uh-huh.
The leg bolts was on so tight with the air wrench I couldn't break them down.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I know that. We had a company over here that used to fix all the flats on my vehicle when I was working for them Germans. And I had a flat on the farm one day. Ew. Man, I never got that thing off.
Yeah.
I was scared I was gonna twist the damn lug out, the stud is out. And I finally got it out. Oh, Jody, when I was farming for myself back in the 70s,
Yeah.
I had to drive 13 miles of gravel road to the farm. No matter which direction I went, it was 13 miles and it was gravel, no matter which way I went. I could go 3 or 4 different ways.
Yeah.
And I carried 3 spares in my truck. And they put them up under the back. The first thing you do is go up on there and get the thing out of under and throw it over in the back of the truck. Then I went and bought 2 rims and 2 more tires. And some days some days when I came in at night, I dropped them tires off at the service station, all three of them, and pick them up the next morning. They'd have to stay up at 9, 10 o'clock fixing flats.
What, you had to put plugs in them?
No, I don't know. Some of them they plugged, and yeah, they was off. Yeah, they had to put plugs in all of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd have 3 flats a day.
Wow.
Sometimes. Now I'd go 2 or 3, 4 days and I'd have a flat, and then I'd have one, and yeah, you broke a 4-way in 2. Well, that's tough when they that tight when you broke a 4-way.
Mm-hmm. I was hauling 3 spare tires for my trailer, and then had a blowout, but only got 2 now.
Yeah.
Well, I had a flat and I ran off the rim.
Uh-oh. David, you ever seen a magnet truck? Y'all ever seen a magnet truck? I doubt any of y'all ever seen one. I don't know if it was homemade or they bought it, but they had a company I used to work for, DP&L. It was a 38,000 acre plantation. I managed one of the farms. And of course, 38,000 acres, there was gravel roads all over that thing. And they had it was like a box truck frame. And on the back of that thing, they went on, there wasn't no bed on it or nothing. It wasn't more, it was a big old box truck frame. And they welded a crane on the back of it, small crane. And some sort of way, now CP can probably explain this, but it had a great big old round magnet looking thing, flat bottom, heavy, and they had it on a cable. And it was all electric. And they let that big old thing down off the back of that truck on that crane, right over about that high off the gravel road, and cranked that thing up. It seemed to me like it had a motor on it that made that thing an electromagnet. And they put that truck in old granny gear, old slow gear, where it just barely was moving. And they'd ride them gravel roads with that thing, and they had a flat bed thing on it, flat area, and they had 4 number 3 wash tubs on that thing. 4. They start out empty in the morning, and they ran that thing all summer now. They had a man that didn't do nothing but run that truck. And he be going so slow you think he broke down. But you would walk behind it and you could see the gravel moving when iron was flying up out of that gravel. And it'd pick up some gravel. Some gravel has got enough iron in it, it'd pick the gravel up. And then when he get that thing full of the face of it full, he hit the button and raised it up, and he set a tub up on it and hit a switch, and all that stuff would drop in that tub. Well, by the end of the day, he had 4 tubs sitting on the side of the road because he couldn't pick them up and put them back on the truck after a while. And he'd go home, go back to town, and pick up some help. Get in a company truck and go out there and drive miles and pick all 4 of them tubs up full of nails and iron and stuff that fell out in the road. And they ran that thing constantly. But it big old plate, I don't know, it wasn't as big as the number 3 tub because everything fell in the tub, but it was that big around. But you could actually see that stuff jumping up out of the ground, jump up on that magnet. And I don't see how he stayed awake. That thing moving so slow. Because it had a motor mounted on the bed of that truck that ran that magnet, and it also ran the winch.
That was my wedding picture. Look how sad I was.
Wow. Look at old cutie pie.
I cried and cried.
Oh man.
Uh,
Still had that hair then though, didn't you?
yeah. Yeah.
That's nice, Jody.
Uh,
Yeah, that's neat. I ought to go get a book and show you mine.
well, yeah.
I have to go in there and get out on my knees to get it out from under the cabinet. Yeah, buddy. Tuxedo, man, get out of town. Man, when CP got married, he rented all the tuxedos. But how'd that go, CP? I rented mine, didn't I? Yeah. And it's been so long since I had one on. He had a brother-in-law, James, I think his name was James, nice guy, that was staying in the same room with me and CP
Yeah.
before the wedding. And I come up on a part of that tuxedo I didn't know what to do with it. I can't remember what part it was. But old James dressed me. He knew exactly what all that stuff was. And look at him, Jody. I'm going to say this in front of CP. It don't make no difference to him. When I pulled up in the parking lot at the motel, everybody was there. And I had a Trump Pence bumper sticker on my truck.
A bumper sticker of pimp?
Trump Pence.
Trump pants.
One of the big ones.
Yeah.
I said, well, and look now, CP is a black guy.
Yeah.
Well, everybody at the wedding was going to be black.
Yeah.
I knew one of his brothers. That's the only person I knew besides CP was one brother. And he didn't come to the wedding.
Really?
Yeah. There was CP's sisters and mother and all his brothers. But now, which one is that? You the third one?
I'm
Oh,
in the middle. That's my oldest,
okay.
and then my youngest.
All right.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I don't know what's going to happen with this Trump Pence sticker, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Now, I got up in there and it was more conservatives at that wedding than it was on my street where I live here in Greenwood. Yeah, they just didn't have no bump stickers because they all live in Memphis.
Yeah.
And CP ended up with that bumper. He got a Toyota like mine. His is a 12, mine's a 2013. And he needed a bumper. Well, I had a wreck, but they didn't hurt my bumper, but it bent it. So the company, they fixed everything, and I kept that bumper. And CP backed into a tree out there on the ranch. And so I carried him that bumper. And it still had that Trump Pence sign on it. And the first thing he did was take that bumper sticker off. I said, man, what you doing taking that sticker off? He said, man, I live too close to Memphis. Somebody being shot the windows out of this truck with me in it.
Wow.
They see that Trump Pence sticker. Oh, man. CP don't like Trump. He didn't think he did a good job. That kind of disappointed me a little bit. I don't give a damn what a man says. I like his actions. Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
And this country ain't never been in the shape it was in when he was the president. Never in 75 years, I'm telling you. Buck wants to know, are you selling Mad Cat rods?
No, but I've only got one somebody gave me. Somebody mailed it to me. I don't know who bought it. It was a gift.
And they didn't say who it was.
No, and I called that man who owns it, and he wouldn't tell me who sent it. Said it burned a surprise. I'm like, how's it surprise if I don't know?
That's right. Well, that is right, CP. But actions speak louder than words, man. But we ain't gonna talk about all that. You just better be ready for these. You young people better be ready for these. What's coming?
Yep.
Cause it ain't gonna get no better. You know, last week I went up to the grocery store, Kroger's grocery store now. A Kroger's. That's a big grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
To get 3 bags of slaw. You know, this bags of slaw you can buy already chopped up.
Yeah.
No slaw.
Really?
No slaw. The week before that, I went up there to get 2 pounds of stew meat. No stew meat. And when they get toilet paper in at Walmart, Kay comes home with, I don't know, it takes me 3 trips to unload all of it.
I didn't hardly get nothing. I spent $40. 5 lemons, 6 strawberries. I got that to make lemonade strawberry.
Well, you need some vodka, tequila for that.
I don't have any of that. Some cookies and 2 things of chocolate. And it was $40-something.
Well, that must.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you making lemonade?
Yeah.
Ooh, I know something that goes good with lemonade.
Moonshine.
Ooh.
That's the only way.
It'll make you stagger and go to bed at 3 o'clock in a tent when it's 105 degrees.
Oh, gosh.
It sure will.
That's what the Grand Ole Opry sells. Little moonshine cups are like $5. It's crushed ice. Moonshine lemonade.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's real smooth. I hardly ever drink, but I drank 2 or 3 of them when I was there.
There you go. Well, mix you some straight shine with that lemonade. I'm telling you, that's a good, nice drink. Put some ice in it, you know. And, yeah, you know, if you ain't going nowhere, don't drink it and go somewhere.
Let's
7.5. Well, have you got?
James gave me some kind of a drink. He said, "Drink this." He said, "Just in case you think you go to CatCon and get drunk."
Uh-oh.
So you'll know what you to expect.
Uh-huh.
I got sick as a dog when I drank that.
You got sick?
Yeah. I was hugging the toilet. I never did throw up. But my belly hurt and
What had you eat? Had you eaten anything?
Yeah, I'd eat some. Then I thought, well, maybe if I could eat something after I drank it, but nope.
No, if you're gonna drink that hard stuff, you need to eat meat, not no damn cookies and salad. Eat meat.
He said it was some kind of a lemonade drink, but I couldn't cut it, so I put a bottle of Gatorade with it and watered it down with the Gatorade, and it still made me sick.
Yeah, if you're gonna drink that hard liquor, you put some meat in your belly, let that alcohol let that stuff eat on that meat.
I think it was something in a can. I don't know what it was.
Finding the tent. Look here, I had to drive my truck and had the boat hooked up behind it all through the campground. And when I was falling up in that tent, I grabbed the other fan. I had 2 fans there. I grabbed that other fan and just drug it up in the tent and set both them fans up in that tent. And it was hot, and I was in the broad open sun. And when I woke up, it was 8 o'clock at night. I slept 4 or 5 hours. That fan, they said that tent was puffed out like a parachute with all that air up in there. But I did good to get back to the truck without falling. I knew I was gonna fall.
Yeah.
I got out and went to the river and fished way over in the morning. You know, I was on the Arkansas River. I pulled up out there in the boat, and it was 20 boats already out there anchored. I knew where I was going. It was a little bit of sandbar. that it built up along the bank, and I was gonna pull up on that sandbar and just, sit my boat in that sand and fish off the back along the bank, try to catch a flathead
Yeah.
out of that bad current that was coming through that dam. Well, when I pulled up there, I heard somebody say, "Coach, is that you?" And it was three of us, three of my buddies, that had then got the anchor rope in the motor and then sunk.
Wow.
And when I motored over there to him, I was grabbing stuff that was floating down the river, put it in my boat. And I got over there and they grabbed the whole side of my boat. And the man pushed us up on that bar, on that sandbar. So I said, well, y'all, and look, they were sitting in water in the boat. Their butts wasn't quite wet, but the water, to fill the boat up.
Mm-hmm.
And they hadn't got the anchor some sort of way. They did it when they got out there. They went up, they threw the anchor out and kept going up the river. And when it floated back, it got hung in the anchor rope and it just swirled the boat around and sunk.
Yeah.
So I've got to turn them loose. They held the front of the boat and I T-boned them and pushed them, a boat full of water, and pushed it up to that sand where they was on the bottom where they could get out on that sand. And the bilge pump wasn't doing nothing. It was water coming in. It was just recirculating water. So I said, y'all all right now? I said, yeah, we're all right now. And I give them all the stuff that I done picked up. And I wasn't going but about 30 yards, 40 yards back there. I said, well, I'm going to go right back into this sandbar. If y'all need any help, walk down there and say, holler at me. All right. So I went on down there and I was listening to them. They took a tackle box and poured everything out of it on the sandbar.
Really?
And dipped they had to dip the water out of it to get to where the bilge pump would pump water out of the boat. And they dipped and dipped and dipped with that tackle box. And they finally got the bilge pump where it was, it was clear to the top of the water. Because they went on pumping water on out of the boat. And in the meantime, they was picking up stuff and putting it back in the tackle box. Oh, man. And one of the boys was from Lafayette, South Louisiana, actually, at Abbeville, Louisiana. It's down below Lafayette. Real good guy. And I still communicate with him about once a month on Facebook and on the telephone, text message. But he was some upset with them boys, man, because, he fishes in the marsh down there and out in the Gulf and all that. And he was sitting in the Arkansas River sunk. Backwards. Oh, man. Them damn boy, that Joe. Yeah, I didn't even stop, David. I was falling towards that tent. I don't know how I got that tent unzipped and in there without tearing something up, but I did. And I drug that fan up in there and the cord and turned around and zipped that tent up and found that extension cord in there and plugged it in, and boy, I had some in that tent. But that I done acted a fool with that moonshine, and I don't normally. Well, I do normally do that when I drink. I usually fall out. See Peter had to pick me up out of it. I get tickles. We was in that camper one night. Yeah, I did it in one smooth motion. I sure did.
Yeah. I cried the other night when I got sick.
No, I don't get sick.
My belly hurt so bad I cried.
No, well.
I normally don't get sick over nothing, though.
I was standing up in the camper one night. So I guess CP saw it. I don't know. I remember who I was. Me and CP and somebody else staying in that camp. I don't remember who it was. Brian, that boy from Oklahoma City, maybe. I don't know. But I was fixing to go to bed. And I don't remember what I was drinking, but I was in it pretty good. And I don't know what happened. I just fell in the floor. I really don't know what happened. 1 minute I stand up laughing, the next minute I sitting in the floor laughing. And just sitting there, and I said, man, I can't get up. I was thinking I had to get out on the car and pick me up, help me get in the bed. I was laughing. Oh, man. I'd have done that 2 or 3 times on them trips, though. See, I usually drink beer, and if I drink beer, I do all right. I mean, I'm fine with it. But when I get to drinking that hard stuff, I drink it just like I do beer, you know, one right after the other. And that messes you up.
I've never had a beer.
You know, I looked at that. I stood and looked at when I went up there the other day to get that slaw, I ended up with cabbage instead of slaw.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to go get some mountain spring water. And this over there by the beer rack. And I leaned on that cart and looked at that beer. I ain't had a drink in Friday was 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, man, I'll go over and get me a 6-pack of beer. And I just thought about all that weight I done lost and everything. And I said, well, I can do without. And I didn't get any.
Well, good for you.
But like right now, I wish I had about 6 gelatos sitting here. Yeah. One night, me and CP and Johnny Summers was in the camper, and for some reason, I hooked the water line up. Now you normally I don't even hook the water line up to the camper, but this time I did. And when I hooked that water line up, ain't nothing but a hose to the hydrant. It was a fire ant bed there. And I put something on them fire ants. I don't remember what it seemed to me like. I may have some fire ant oil. I don't remember what it was, but I put something on them ants. And way over in the morning, I was laying there, and CP was laying there, and Johnny was on the other end. That damn trailer got to rocking. I said, what is going? And I was about half asleep, and someone was eating me up. And someone was 7 years older than I am, man. He was older than I am now then. And he said, man, someone's eating me up too. And the fire ants had then marched up that garden hose and come in that camper. And they covered Summers up now. And that CP didn't get it as bad as Summers did. But they were picking fire ants. I was over there they had all the lights on. I said, man, what the hell y'all doing? Be quiet, I'm trying to sleep. Them fire ants would eat them up. They had to go sleep in the truck. So we were in Greenville, at the campground here in Greenville. So I called Kay the next morning and said, ask her, would she bring me 2 or 3 cans of them bombs, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I went in there and hung Johnny's cover up, hung CP's cover up, and got it all up. And I set them 3 bombs off in that camper. And there wasn't no more fires. But what in the hell are they doing? And fires got in that bed with Johnny. They was eating him up. Oh, man. I hated that too. Come up this garden hose. And you know, it was strange because I hooked that thing up, man. And I said, you know, why am I hooking this water up? I don't even use it. Because we always hook a garden hose up to it and run it out there in the front of the camper, you know. If we want to wash the pot out, I put a nozzle on the end of it, you know, a power nozzle.
Yeah.
Cut the water on and just leave it on the whole trip. Where if you need water, you go out there and wash wash your coffee pot out or get you a drink of water or whatever you want. But I hooked it up where you have water in the camper that day. And man, fine. Yeah, boy. Uh, Hell, I carried that camper to Ole Miss one time. My friend from Kansas was there. His granddaughter played softball there at Ole Miss, and me and Johnny and Dale pulled it out there to a big old reservoir that's outside of Oxford. Yeah, man, they was in bad. Johnny was in bad shape, Dave. Seemed to me like I always keep Sting because of the buffalo gnats and the fines. I don't remember if I gave that to him or not, but they wouldn't slept in the truck.
I got into some ants.
Oh man, they whipped me up, but they buffalo gnats is what. Oh gosh, them things hurt me.
We ain't got nothing like that where I live. And I was at the dam and had been fishing, standing on, that concrete pad, catching skipjack for like 4 hours. And when I got up to the car, somebody stopped me and was wanting to talk a while. My feet was killing me. And I seen this dirt that was mounded up, and I just thought it was a soft spot. So I stood on it, and them ants eat me up. I had no idea it was an ant mound. I never saw anything like that.
Oh Lord! Well, they'll be all over. They'll be all over now.
Yeah. And he said, I was wondering why you stood in those, and I'm like, well, I didn't know it was ants. I just saw.
Damn, Jody.
I had no idea it was ants. I've seen several of them around by the sidewalks, and
yeah. Well, if they'd have made it to the Tennessee River, they're around your house somewhere.
I don't know what kind of ants they was, but they eat me up.
Did they leave little whelps on you?
Yeah, they bit me.
They probably fire ants. If
they have small.
Did it have? Yeah, they ain't that big. Did it have a tall mound, sort of?
Yeah.
Well, that's fire ants.
About 6 inches tall, maybe.
Yeah, that's fire ants.
That was at Fort Loudon Dam.
Yeah, man. If y'all got them there, they'll be everywhere. It don't take them long to spread all over the country.
Yeah.
Go on. I tell you what. Go Google on hot aluminum in a fire ant bed, and look at it. When the guy pours hot melted aluminum down in one of the fire ant beds.
Yeah.
It's plumb beautiful what comes out of it. It's like sculpture.
Really? Hot?
The product and that thing that told me about
aluminum.
It spray no gnats. It worked.
Fire bed.
We'll see ya. Happy Valentine's now, Jody. I don't know. That sunscreen works perfect. It works 100%. It works on Eric too. It works 100% on me. I don't never have it. And I generally don't have to spray but one time. No gnats. I don't know. Summers was carrying around a little product called Buggins, Buggins, and yeah, there you go. There it is, right there. Damn, how do you do all that?
I got a laptop in front of me.
I do too. You just X out this thing or minimize it?
I'm on my phone with you.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, he got it now. Let me put you on full screen. Ain't no ants in there, is it? Looked to me like he done already paused them ants with that white that's around there. He done already put something on. He gonna dig it up, ain't
he? Yeah.
Yeah, banana boat sunscreen works good on me, Dave. Look how deep
is it?
There you gonna see.
a lot of aluminum. That was a lot of money right there.
A bunch of cans he melted down, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to be aluminum because he couldn't pick it that much, lay it up. He got a wheelbarrow.
Yep.
And go see if he's going to put the garden hose to it. Yeah, there you go. Look at that, Jody.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Look how pretty that is.
It is.
He done brushed it up and everything. No, he's just using that brush.
And that's all the little tunnels they got.
Mm-hmm. 18 inches.
Yep.
Christmas tree.
Aw.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's just like one of them store-bought Christmas trees.
Yeah, it does. Pretty neat.
Okay, David. I may look into it, but see the reason I use that sunscreen. I need to be using that sunscreen to start with, and it works for me. So I don't know. He's gonna do it. What's that, CP? This stuff here? Yeah, he didn't pause and see all that pause laying around there. That's I can't ever remember the name of this stuff. That smells like dill pickles. To me, it does. I can't never remember the name. I got some out there in the closet.
What?
Look at that.
That? Just one long one?
Yeah, there you go, Dave. Yeah, that's right. Well, they don't bite me at night, just in the daytime. That one was 40 inches deep.
Yeah.
Look at that line going down. That ant stuff, that's okay. Yeah, he's making them, putting them on a board and all that and selling them, I bet you.
Probably.
That's what it looks like. Anthill art, he called it.
Yeah.
You know, I made a ant colony. It took me two window panes and slotted 4 boards, 4 2x2, and put them in it. You know, glued them and all that in that, and made a frame.
Yeah, that's exactly what that looked like that day. On the side of the.
Well, that's what it was in the red clay right there.
Yeah.
Now, I made me an ant colony had on my desk out there at the research farm. But I didn't have no queen, and they finally all disappeared, died. And I go down there and dig me up. We had hundreds of miles on that research farm.
Yeah.
I buy the poison in 50-pound bag and put it out with a fertilizer rig.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were so bad. There's a ditch bank over there that I smoothed it off, made it pretty and all, so it looked good on the farm. And them ants, boy, they love that bank. They're gonna dig a hole in the yard.
Yeah.
Don't look like he cares.
No.
What kind of rods are the black ones that you selling, Jody?
They're Big Cat Fever, limited edition.
Big Cat Fever, Buck. Some kind of special edition, she said.
Limited edition.
Limited edition. Buck said he gave you $8 a piece from them.
Yeah. I had to buy them.
Well, we don't care how you got him. He said he'd give you $8. Hey, PR. That's a pretty one.
Mm-hmm.
No, he ain't made an offer yet.
I had somebody give me one of them.
Yeah. How deep is that one?
I can't tell.
He gonna put it up on the screen, man.
Oh, really? Okay.
He usually does.
If it's the same man, I don't know.
No, I don't know either. I know he done dug a hole up in his yard.
Nope, it wasn't the same man. You know, I don't know if that'll give you copyright strike or not. They ain't got no music to it, so probably won't.
I didn't hear no music.
No, I didn't have no volume on.
Well, what you want for them rods? I think Buck might be interested in them.
I get $50 a piece for them off a man. For them green ones, I give 90 for the white ones and 100 for the black and pink. But I use the whites and the black and pinks. I was gonna try and get 50 a piece out of all of them, but probably won't. I got one black and green one I'm using. I had to keep because it's a gift, but I still got 4 laying in there.
Well, there you go, Buck. You can wheel and deal, my man.
And then I got 1 or 2 big cat fevers on my boat I'm gonna sell. The big white ones.
CP sending me text messages, man, about them ants.
Yeah.
Aluminum ant here, 321. What's he asking for? $425, Jody.
$425.
Yeah.
He's trying to sell them to Tom and Aaron. I'm sure they're gonna buy Big Cat Fever. Aaron didn't even want me using Big Cat Fever when I was there. He's strictly Mad Cats. He's got a few Uncle Lou's, but that's about it.
Man, they got piles of them for sale. I mean, $425, pretty good lick for a stack of aluminum. I wonder how many of them he sells.
Oh, you talking about them things?
Them anthill sculptures.
Yeah. Why am I selling part of my rods? I got too many, and I figured that would give me some of the money to buy the Mad Cats with. Any of them that was given to me, I'll keep. But any that I bought, I'll probably sell.
That sure ain't bad, CP.
You can put your stuff back on solo.
I wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm getting kind of woozy here.
You about ready to go to bed. Don't you miss Hog Leg coming on at 2?
I sure do. I don't, if I stay up to 12 or 1 o'clock, 1:30, then I sleep through the show, see. I miss them completely at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I called out both your boys. They're a package.
She called them both out, PR. I can't believe they're giving you flack about that.
You know as well as I do, I can keep up with anybody I want to fish against. I just chose people I wanted to fish with and have fun with.
That's right. That's exactly right. People that don't take it so serious.
Yeah.
They're going to give it up. They're going to go out there and try to catch some fish, but, and they probably going, if they was to beat you, they probably try to talk like everything, but yeah, you're right.
I mean, I hope they can beat me. they're not gonna get it handed to them. You
Yeah.
know, I'm gonna do my best, but I'm not in it to just run somebody in the ground either. Though
There you go.
I ain't never done that to anybody. I will if once I start winning, I always slack off.
Well, I told you way 2 years ago. Don't be thinking about calling me out. Well, I tell you right quick, no, I ain't gonna do it. But I do. I am tickled to death that you moved your deal to Friday night,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll get home before 12 o'clock if I can get Eric in gear. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that like me moving to Friday night, but I've always done everything around everybody else's schedule, and I tried to work it around it, and I just couldn't. I had to do what was best for me for once.
Yeah, well, Friday night, I mean, people at work, well, you see what I see is going to happen, and this is what I see is going to happen, that you're going to be full every night. You're going to have a full slate of fishermen every night. So
Mm-hmm.
if I wait around until Wednesday or Thursday and contact you and say, you got a slot open, you ain't going to have no slots open. You ain't going to have no slots open after Tuesday, probably. Because people gonna fish on Friday night I mean, you know, they ain't got to get up and go to work next morning. Most of the folks at work, and it's at a reasonable hour.
Yeah. I didn't want to stay out from. Some people want me to go on at 10 to 2 again, but I'm out that boat ramp by myself in the middle of the night.
There you go.
And I like I said, I thought, well, if I'm moving to Friday, I'm just gonna do what's best for me.
And you're gonna do 9 to
8. It'd be 8 to 12 Eastern time.
And it's 7 to 11 for me. See.
Yeah.
So I'll get to fish the twilight hours.
Yeah.
It'll still be daylight. See here at 7 o'clock. It won't get dark till 8:15, 8:30.
Yeah.
And that's gonna work out good if you're lucky enough to get in.
Mm. Well, I'll always have room for you.
Well, no, you can't. No, I'm just saying it might not be right off the get go, but you're gonna start filling up on Friday night.
I stayed filled up pretty much last summer.
Yeah. Well, how many can you have up?
I can have a total of 10 screens, but I try to keep it to 9 because of the picture.
No, well, you're gonna have to increase it and go to 8.
No, I can have 8 fishermen and Dustin as the host for the night.
Well, you can have 9 and then the host.
Yeah, as a 10th screen.
Yeah,
I've done that before, but it's just hard to see everybody.
well, he's gonna have to be on his toes where he can, put them on full screen if they get a fish on or something.
Yeah. Well, I give him total control. That way he could do more with the channel.
Well, I would suggest, now this is just me now, that you go, I don't know where you lay the rules down, but I know you got a page somewhere. We'll have it. You tell the rules, the score and how it's scored and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And put in there, when it's all right to say I'm getting a bite or something like that, but when you set the hook and you got a fish, you got to yell "fish on" with your name.
Yeah.
And you got to yell it.
Mm-hmm.
Or you got to wave. You got to do something to let the host know that you got a fish on.
Mm-hmm.
Because I always go back to that night in that rain that I caught that 40-pound blue and that thing that Aaron Elliott put on.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Well, you remember I was way down from the camera.
Yep.
And they had me muted because I had a black garbage sack over my telephone.
Mm-hmm.
And the rain was hitting that sack. So they muted me. And they told me to wave or something if I got a fish on.
Yeah.
and I was muted.
Mm-hmm.
And I was way off down yonder, and I was waving my cap and doing everything I could do. It didn't do no good to holler. I hollered several times. I realized, well, I'm muted. They can't hear me. So I was waving that cap and waving that cap. And finally, I believe it was two stands, told Bucker, you know, that Steve got a fish. And I mean, this is me going back and looking at the thing, you know.
Yeah.
But I had that fish for 2 or 3 minutes before they ever realized I had a fish.
Mm-hmm.
So the host has got to be paying attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But the host has really got to be, instead of reading chat, he needs to be looking at those little pictures to see.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't want to, you know, I mean, that's just me, you know.
Yeah. I'm always watching the screen. I can't see the chat. I can see the chat, but a lot of times I can't read it.
Yeah, it's too little.
Yeah, I can see the names of people, but I don't know what they wrote.
Yeah.
I go back after the next day and I rewatch it and read the chat.
But, you know, I think you must holler, fish on, or wave your cap or something, because everybody at some point is going to be muted because the wind's going to be blowing. They're going to mute you. You know how you do that. But they can still see you down there waving your cap or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe carry a white rag in your pocket and wave it or something.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about it because I don't catch no fish. But that's what a good host has got to do. He got to be paying close attention to those pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Because I fought that fish for, I know, 3 or 4 minutes before they ever recognized I had a fish, and I was waving my arms like a wild man down there.
Mm-hmm. Destin does a pretty good job.
Yeah.
I like it because he.
That's right, Buck.
He doesn't make a difference in nobody. He reads everybody's comment, you know.
Right.
Some
That's
people
right,
ain't
Buck.
like that.
Chat does usually see it before the host. He's right about that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you like Dustin, he's 5 minutes behind in the chat. He's way back up yonder talking about the anthills, right? If he was that boy, he can get so far behind. Oh, he tickles me.
Mm-hmm. He's nice though. He really is.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
helped me out a lot.
That's right. Sure.
Mhm.
I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah.
That so, Lucky, come slipping around grabbing my hand. Somebody's picking on him the other night. Daryl was picking on him about being so far behind.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to get caught in that trap again, but that wasn't supposed to happen, man. And that rain moved in, that storm.
I remember we was worried about you getting home, and you said you stripped naked out in the carport.
I sure did. Lord, I was so muddy.
You was afraid Kay gets you tracking in the house.
I didn't go in the house till I was buck naked, standing in. I wasn't under the carport. I was in the driveway. But it's behind my house. My neighbor, she was to come out, could have seen it, and I got the hose, put the thing, and I put that nozzle on spray, and I started at the top of my head. And but my feet and my legs, and I had to put them on stream to wash all that off.
Yeah.
Man, I was muddy, good. All my clothes. I just left them all laying right there in the driveway. And went in and got in the shower. But next morning, I didn't get up till Kay was already up. And it was in the summertime. She didn't have to worry, I guess. And she was looking out the kitchen window while she was making the coffee and saw all my clothes piled up out there. But see, Reed called her. My son was watching
Mm-hmm.
from Arkansas, and he called her. Whatever time of night it was, and he said, "Mom, Daddy's in trouble over there on the road bank." Yeah, she said, "What kind of trouble?" He said, "He can't stand up. The mud is slick. He got on the road boot, and he just caught a pretty good fish. You ought to see it." And of course, she couldn't come over there because she didn't have. She didn't. If I could have called her and give her the code, the gate's locked. See, to the park,
Mm-hmm.
and it locks automatic. You got to have the numbers to know how to get in there, key them in. She couldn't have got in unless she called me, I guess. But what was she gonna do?
Yeah.
She couldn't do nothing. She couldn't come down that bank and tote none of that stuff up. That was a terrible ordeal, I'll tell you. I was miserable. I said 2 or 3 times, that was before I bought any rods and reels and stuff. I said to myself 2 or 3 times, I don't believe I'm gonna go with this mess. It's too much like work. I just look at it and fall on nothing. Cut myself and then I was bruised up pretty good, but I didn't have no cuts on me.
Yeah.
I loaded all that stuff in that wagon. And I had to crawl. And see, I was running a cord from the back of my truck down there, extension cords, and running my lights and all off a generator sitting in the back of my truck.
Mm-hmm.
So I tied the end of the cord to the back of the wagon. I had everything in the wagon. I started up that bank, and I didn't move that wagon an inch. I had to get out on my hands and knees.
Wow.
And it was 210 feet to the ledge up there at my truck. That's how much cord I had out.
Yeah.
And I had to crawl and pull that wagon every inch. And putting my hands down in that clay and getting a grip with one hand and pulling that thing up and then sliding up on my knees and getting my fingers in that clay. That's how I had to go up that bank.
Oh, wow.
On my hands and knees. And boy, and look, that's 73, 74 years old. That ain't have no business out there doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm still in pretty good shape for getting around, but
Yeah.
hell, that ain't no good. And I got that, and then when I got in the sand, the last 20, 30 feet up there is sand. Well, when I got up there, you know what that clay on the wheels on that wagon did the first roll?
They caked up?
And I had to pull the wagon, drag it with no wheel spinning.
Yeah.
Had to drag it up there.
Mm.
But I was able to stand up on that sand. It wasn't slick. It fell in there over that clay, you know. It was deep enough that it wasn't slick. And I pull it and back up and pull it and back up and pull it back up. Man. And the wheels just slide, leaving big old grooves in that sand. Good Lord have mercy. And you know, the place I like to fish, that I don't ever have signal. I've had to leave there before because I didn't have signal. And I didn't ever fish it in your tournaments. Your challenge is because I don't have telephone signal.
Yeah.
Well, I bought me a booster.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and bought me 2 pieces of conduit. No, I bought 3 pieces of conduit. I bought 1 small piece to where I can extend that thing up about 30, it must be 20 feet. And I bought me a piece of rebar, a small rebar on the bottom of it, and sharpened it with a grinder where I can put it in the ground. And that the booster sticks way up in the air above the bank of the river. And to see if I can get signal down there. You know, I never went down there and put the thing up to try it.
Not yet?
I went over there with the booster and sat up on the bank and with it sitting on the back of my truck back there on the bed of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
And sat in the truck and cut it on and off and watched the signal bars on my telephone.
Yeah.
And when I cut it on, it boosted it 1 to 2 bars. Sometimes it boosted 2 and it dropped back to 1 bar. dropped back 1 bar, but I had at least 2 to 3 bars all the time.
Mm-hmm.
When I had the boost on, I cut it off, and it would drop back to 2 bars, and occasionally it would drop to 1 bar, but then it'd come right back to 2. And I can broadcast with 2 bars, see. So I made myself a measurement, and to find out how far I had to be up in the air to get up above that bank of the river when I'm down there fishing. And I think I'm up. If I stuck it up down there in the air, I believe I'd be at the top of the cab of my truck. The antenna would be.
Oh yeah.
I believe it'd be to the top of my truck. Well, if it's that high, I'm supposed to be able to get signal down there. See,
Mm-hmm.
I'm supposed to be able to.
That's a big drop.
Yeah, the best part of you being on the show, Steve, was when you said your money to give my money to charity. She works out on the Highway 1. Highway at the strip club out on the highway. Buck, that you mentioned that's an old deal. Been going around forever. There's a band out of Atlanta, Georgia that goes to Key West about once every 2 months. They're a real good band. And they pack that honky tonk when they're there. They're excellent. Named Mike Veal Band. And he uses that line in his show every night. When the tip money, the tip bucket, he telling y'all, come on up here and put some money in the tip bucket. So all this money going to charity. She works out at the Rendezvous. She's a stripper out at the Rendezvous or something like that. I thought to myself, I said, Lord have mercy, that's old as Methuselah. But I sure said it.
There's lots of stuff you say.
And sometimes I need to keep my mouth shut.
It's always funny. It's always a good story.
Oh, Jody, you just don't know the stories I got that I can't tell them to.
I can imagine.
Well, these are pranks we used to pull, man.
Yeah.
Because we grew up, the little town I grew up in, when I started hanging out up there at the service station, smoking Swisher Sweet cigars and playing the pinball machine, all the men was up front in drinking beer.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of them, it'd be 8 or 10.
Yeah.
And they was always up to something, always. One night, 2 of them went out there and jacked the car up, jacked up one of the farmers, jacked the back of his truck up and put the back wheels up on boxes,
Mm-hmm.
Milk crates with a board on top of them where the back wheels would clear the ground.
Yeah.
And he sat out there and drove 100 miles, didn't move a foot for, hell, I don't know how long he sat out there.
Yeah.
Cut that truck off and come back in there, and he said, man, I got to get a ride home. What's wrong, Billy? He said, man, the transmission gone out in my truck. So they carried him home. They actually, he hung around there with everybody and drank some more beer, and when they got ready to go home, they carried him home, left his truck sitting down there on blocks. He thought the transmission gone. Oh, man.
Hmm.
But that's the kind of stuff I grew up watching, and so, oh man, it just had a man that had a service station right up the road from where this one was that bought an airplane. I've told this before. I guess everybody's heard it. But after World War II, the name was J.K. Wilkinson. And J.K., when he came back from World War II, I don't know if he had any money or not. I really don't know. I know some of the Wilkinsons had a lot of money, but it was about 3 groups of them there in Shelby. And the first thing he did was he bought a train car load of Army surplus Jeeps. They was all still it was in crates.
Yeah.
They brand new Jeeps.
Wow.
Left over from World War II. And some sort of way, he was in the quartermaster corps in World War II. So he knew who to contact about all this stuff because quartermasters, they handle all the supplies and stuff. Well, he bought a boxcar load of them, stacked too high. And when they brought them there, they unloaded them out there on the platform, the big platform. And
Yeah.
he sold them Jeeps from that platform of that train station, at the train station there at home. And I don't know, I was a little boy. Oh, this would have been in 53, 54. And he sold all of them. I don't know what he got for them, but he sold every single one of them to people there in town. He was selling them cheap, he didn't pay nothing for them, hardly. And the next thing you know, he had his service station was 2-story. It was cinder block, built out of cinder blocks. Had 2 gas pumps out there and a wash rack, tire fixing spot. And they gambled upstairs in that place. They had a room upstairs and they gambled, played cards, shot dice, everything. And my stepdaddy was a world-renowned gambler.
Yeah.
And he was a good one. And on Saturdays, I'd go with him and we'd go up there to JK's and he'd go upstairs and be gambling. And I'd just stand over there sitting there and they'd buy me a Coca-Cola or something. And I'd sit there and watch him gamble. 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. And every once in a while, JK would grab a handful of $1 bills. He had somebody running the gas pumps down there. And he'd walk out to that window and he'd holler down there at everybody sitting around drinking beer. It'd be black people, white people, some Mexicans. And they sitting out there on benches drinking beer. And he'd throw a handful of $1 bills out the window. And he didn't do it except when the wind was blowing some. And he'd just stand at that window and laugh like hell at them folks chasing them $1 bills up and down. And he'd do it all the time. He'd do it at least once every Saturday night. And if he was winning at the card game, he'd allowed to do it 2 or 3 times. He'd throw a handful of $1. He'd throw 10 or 15 $1 bills. And look, this was in the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
And you could
admit something then.
Oh, golly, you could for 25 cents, you could go to the picture show and buy a drink and a candy bar on a quarter.
Yeah.
The 10 cents to get in the movie, 10 cents for the Coca-Cola, and a nickel for the candy bar.
That's unbelievable.
And the Hershey bar is 3 times bigger than they are now.
Yeah.
And tied his feet with a bull rope and drug him around my buddy's yard with his own truck. Oh man, that could hurt somebody there. No, we didn't ever do nothing that's dangerous. But anyway, are you still there, Jody?
Yeah.
Well, this JK guy, one day we were sitting there, me and my stepdad and my mama. There's a little old cafe right up the highway, the Jet Grill. And we was going to go up there and eat and get a veal cut. That was a big deal for us to have enough money to go out to eat.
Mm-hmm.
And we was filling up with gas there at JK service station. And an airplane landed in the highway. And taxied over there and turned around by the service station. And JK says, well, there's my airplane. And Bill, my stepdad, and JK, I didn't know you was a pilot. He said, I ain't. He said, but I'm going to be. And so we just stood there by the truck, me and my stepdad and mama sitting there looking out the window. And the fella gets out of the truck, out of the airplane, walks over, and he had one of them little toboggan hat things on with the little glasses. It was a little Cub, a little Super Cub airplane, green, and had white stars on the wings. This military. He done bought it. He done bought a arm set with his airplane. And he walked over and said, "Are you Mr. Wilkinson?" He said, "That's me." He said, "Well, I'm delivering your airplane." He said, "Well, that's man, yeah." He said, "You don't mind showing me anything about that airplane?" He said, "Yeah, I'll show you about it. You don't know how to fly?" He said, "No, man, I ain't never flown an airplane in my life."
He
So, huh?
delivered.
Do what?
Bought an airplane and had it delivered.
Yeah, they delivered it to him.
Wow.
I think he got it from Memphis up there at Millington Air Force, but
Yeah.
Millington Naval Base. I believe that's where it came from. I'm not sure where it came from actually, because like I said, he had connections. It ain't no telling where it come from. So he got some pretty good rank in World War II. He was past lieutenant. I don't know what's next, captain. I don't know what's, but he was up in the military, so he had some connections. And, he still had friends that was still in the military, so they just took care of him.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Whatever he
Oh.
was still like.
yeah. So the fella got in the airplane and he was showing him the rudders and the throttle and the pullback, all that. And he said, "How you crank it up?" And you had to spin the prop on that thing, I believe. I don't believe it had you had to get out there. So he showed JK how to crank it up, and you do something. I don't know nothing about it. I've seen it done, but I couldn't explain it. And you do something inside, and you go out there and spin that prop. And sometimes it cranks something, you do it again, and you let off the compression and do something inside the cockpit. But then you crank it, eventually crank. And JK said, "All right, I got this." So he said, "Let me try to crank it." So he went up and got on the wing, and they showed him what to set inside. He went around there and he cranked it up. First time it popped off. So he said, "Okay, well, I appreciate it." And he said, "You need to tie this thing down. You ain't got no tie downs here." And he said, "I attend to all that. I just appreciate it." And he said, "You want a beer?" And he said, "Yeah, I believe we do." So they went inside and we left. Went on up there to get to eat. And so the next weekend, me and Bill was up there, back up there in the airplane. JK had it tied to the light pole over the gas pump. he just tied it. He found something to tie to on the back end of that thing. And he had it sitting over there kind of in the grass. He got some folks up and moved around. They had a little white airplane. And he got it sitting out of the way and had him a long rope and had it tied to the back wheel on that airplane. And Bill said, "What you gonna do if big wind comes up?" He said, "It's gonna swing that airplane around and bush your tie rack around. Y'all know the other end of the building." Yeah, well, I got a cinder block over there laying up against the wheel, and sure enough, he had a cinder block over there laying up against one of the wheels. Yeah. Bill said, "I don't believe that's gonna do no good, JK." He said, "Well, if it don't." But anyway, he got that airplane. He'd go out there and crank that thing up. He's right on 61 Highway. Now, that's the blues highway out of Memphis. It runs all the way down through Mississippi, where all the blues men came from.
Yeah.
He'd get out there in that airplane, watch the traffic. There wasn't no traffic coming. He'd get out there in the highway and ride up the highway in that airplane. And if he met a car, he'd just pull over out the big wide areas there, and he'd just pull over there, down in the kind of off the shoulder, and the car go by, and he'd come back up, and he'd go 2 or 3 miles up the highway. And when there wasn't no cars coming, he'd give a little bit more gas, and after a period of a month or two, he'd get it off the ground about a foot and then back down,
Mm-hmm.
And after about 3 months, on towards the end of summer, he got the way to fly that damn airplane
Wow.
and could land it
Yeah.
and go pull up in there at the service station and wheel it around, like they do.
Yeah.
And so we was all up there gambling one Saturday night. I was up there sitting there drinking Coca-Cola, eating Hershey bar. And one of the men said, "JK, what in the hell are you going to do with that airplane?" You got to remember now, this is in the early 50s, mid 50s. whiskey was illegal in Mississippi.
Yeah.
Wasn't no liquor store, no such thing. You couldn't buy it. You had to buy it out the back door of a bootlegger's house or store. And all of them had a little bitty door in the back of it, a little cubby hole. And they had a door on their end, and it was just a chute through the wall, wooden chute. And you pull up there and knock on the side of that box, and they open that door inside and say, "What you got?" And you say, "I need a fifth of Jack Daniels." And he tell you how much it was. You slide the money, and then he slide you the whiskey. You never saw anybody. All you did was hear a voice.
Yeah.
Well, the nearest bootlegger to Shelby was a little old town called Alligator, and it's right on the highway. And there was two bootleggers on the highway at Alligator. One was, I better not call no name, but they're about 2 miles apart. That's why J.K. bought that airplane. He didn't like to drive,
Yeah.
and he didn't want to wear his car. That's what he said. Now, this is what he said. I didn't want to wear my car going back and forth to the whiskey house. And, well, they called the place Bruno's. I didn't want to wear my car going back and forth to Bruno's or Brown's. That was the other one. If I got in the airplane, I fly up there and get it. But I've seen him. I have seen it. I didn't see it but once or twice, but I saw him up there north of town because that's where the crop dusters were. Our crop dusters that spray, and you had to go there sometimes to line up a job for them and all that, And me and my stepdad would be doing all that, and J.K. come over was about 12, 14 feet high, headed north, going to Bruno. And when he meet a trailer truck or one came up behind him, he just raised up just enough to miss the truck.
Why did you fly so low?
He never got over 20 feet high. Never. And he never got off of Highway 61.
I bet he thought maybe if he crashed, he would kill him if he's only that high up.
But he fly up there 2 or 3 times a week. People put in their orders, and he come back with a whole airplane full of whiskey. If that thing crashed and caught on fire, it burnt for a month.
Yeah.
But he'd bring whiskey back, and they'd be at the service station when he come back. But he would, if it was cars coming and he couldn't land, he'd go up to the next service, to the next bootlegger, and if it wasn't, if his car's there, it was a place up there at the light pole, the utility pole was down side of the highway. Well, he'd go out over that man's field off to the right out there, at about 20 feet high, and make him a surfer and get back on that highway. Going south, and if he could stop at Brown's, he'd stop, if he could land.
Yeah.
If not, he'd go on up there to Bruno's, and he had a bridge he had to go across. He couldn't, if he was going south, he couldn't land at Bruno's and coast up there to it because there's a big bridge on the highway. He had to land on past the bridge and go down there and turn around and drive back up the highway.
Airplane.
Yeah.
Could you imagine doing that nowadays?
Oh gosh, can you imagine? Yeah, man. And Bruno come out. They say Bruno come out and meet him, and they talk and have a big time. And Bruno, they put it in boxes. That's how much he bring back.
How much?
Boxes of whiskey.
Right.
J.K. Williams, man, that guy. He'd write a book on him.
Yeah. There's places where I live, you might get by doing that a couple times, but not week in, week out.
I think a friend of mine bought that airplane and had it. He had it. What do you call it when you redo an airplane?
Restore it.
Well, yeah, you can. It's a place in Clarksdale, at the Clarksdale Airport up there that does they call them annuals, or something other, where they check the plane over every year and put a sticker on it like a car tag, but it's just a sticker thing. And they got a hangar up there where they can rework airplanes. Well, he had it recovered. Bo, I think it's Bo Ming bought that airplane. He had it recovered white. Got all them stars and all that off of it. And Bo worked in a factory up at Clarksdale. And he works a night shift from 7 at night, the graveyard shift.
Mhm.
And blackbirds are a terrible thing in a rice field certain time of the year. They get in there, land in that rice, and they peck that rice and they damage it.
Yeah.
It ain't that they eat a bunch of it; they damage it when they peck it and don't eat it. So the rice farmers, and rice was new in the Delta. It hadn't been around about 10 years at that time. And the farmers had to ride around with air horns. They set big old tanks of butane in the back of their truck with air horns, and they ride around and blow and they shoot shotgun shells out across there to keep them blackbirds stirred up.
Mm-hmm.
Bo got the idea that he could hire out and fly and chasing birds out of the rice field.
Mm-hmm.
So he got one of them rice farmers to hire. I don't know how much he made off of it, but he go out there and just fly around and around in that rice field down real low, and he kept the birds stirred up, and they worried him to death, and they go to somebody else's rice field.
Yeah.
Well, one morning he went out there to fly the blackbirds.
Mm-hmm.
I've been up all night, been flying for all week, half a day during the week.
Yeah.
Wasn't getting no sleep, and he went to sleep driving that airplane
Oh no.
over that rice field and flipped it upside down in that mud and water out there in the rice field. Yeah, it didn't hurt him, but he tore his airplane up. Went to sleep. Man, went to sleep flying an airplane. Now, that's bad business.
My dad there's a man in our county had some kind of like electric airplane glider,
Yeah.
and he wrecked it. They about killed him, blinded him, and everything. Well, my dad bought that and was trying to put it back together.
Oh, Lord.
And he almost had it put back together. And my brothers went there and took some part when it worked without it.
Oh, heck.
Yeah, but he was bent on getting that up in the air and flying. And
Well,
he took money for it, and it been wrecked,
yeah. Well, them things made out of nothing.
Yeah, like parachute wings.
Yeah. Well, I got one here that ain't nobody in here gonna believe, but it's true. I know the man. I didn't see this. I know 2 or 3 people that did.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the 1980s. It may have been going on before that, but that's when I heard about it. There was a man south of town, about 25, 26 miles. Had a farm, a big farm down there, but he had airplanes. He had 2 or 3 airplanes. He loved to fly. I guess he was a pilot somewhere or other, but he loved to fly.
Yeah.
And he took good care of them. They was fine airplanes. And he got into skydiving. And so it was a bunch of them down there. I mean, it's a pretty well populated area down there for farmers and people that retired and bought little houses. There's a lot of people down in that part of the county. This is the next county down, but quite a few people. Well, they got them a club going on down there. I had a country store at that time. Well, this was in the 90s then.
Yeah.
This was in the 90s, because that's when I had that store. And I had 2 or 3 people, 2 salesmen. One was a cigarette salesman, and I can't remember what the other one was, but he come once a week, and I place an order and they deliver stuff. Both of them was in this skydiving club down there that they got organized, and they paid little dues, and they had meetings, and they had professionals coming in and teach them, and it was up to snuff deal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the fella that owned all the airplanes, he was getting so much for taking them up, I don't know, part of the club money went to him for the airplanes and the fuel, and there were several pilots there. So one, and this was in the early spring of the year, like March, and all the fields had done been subsoiled and rode up, and it was muddy as hell, didn't rain ever. And the guy that owns all this, he was one that started all of it. See, so he went up, they carried him up, and he jumped out to skydive.
Yeah.
His damn chute didn't open.
Oh no.
And he was up there, they get up there high. I don't know, 7,000, 8,000 feet, I guess, like 6,000. I don't know how high they get to do it. But his chute didn't open. And he landed in a cotton field feet first. And they had to get shovels and dig him out of the ground.
Oh my God.
He went 20 inches deep in that ground. He went plumb to the subsoil, hard pan, where they done subsoil, and rode up that field. And you know, it didn't do nothing but break both legs.
You're kidding.
It sure didn't. Now, it broke him into a bunch of pieces,
Yeah.
but it did not kill that man.
My goodness.
He limps real bad now, but now it was people saw that. I mean, it's right on the side of the highway.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But he sure did it and lived.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. I got no interest in doing anything like that. Never had.
Me neither. But that broke up the skydiving club.
Well, I bet so. That made put the fear in all of them, I'd say.
Yeah, that cigarette salesman said, "Man, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it." And he said, "You wouldn't believe how hard it was to dig him out of there."
Yeah.
There was 3 or 4 of them digging,
Mm-hmm.
and he was hurting. He was hurting bad.
Yeah.
And it messed his hips up and all that, but
Mm-hmm.
hell, it did not kill him. Hey, JB,
Hey, Jarrell.
but if it had been in the summertime, he wouldn't have been here the next day. You remember when the plane blew up over the Swiss Alps
No,
back? It was in the 60s or 70s.
I wasn't born yet.
Well, and this is true. You can look this up. I remember it being on the news and showing pictures of the airplane on the news.
Yeah.
Way back before video cameras and all that. They had to climb mountains and stuff to get to it. But there was one of them commercial jets flying over the Alps, and the plane broke in half. And one of the stewardesses, the flight attendants,
Yeah.
she was in the very back end of the airplane doing something. And when that plane broke in half, the back 20 feet, back 15, 20 feet, that's where it broke off. And she was in that back 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing fell, 36,000 feet? That's what them commercial jets fly.
Yeah.
And it landed, that thing came down on the side of a mountain full of snow, the Alps, and went right down that mountain just like a skier. And went out on the flat down there and stopped, and she walked out of that damn thing.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yes, she sure did. I guess that was in the 60s or 70s.
I figured the wind would have sucked her out.
She probably was holding on to something in there.
Yeah, she might have been buckled in too. You never know.
I'm scared of heights. First carnival me and my wife went to, she made me get on the log ride. I said, okay, looks fun. But I didn't know it went way up in the air and drove into the water. There you go. Well, I had never been on one roller coaster. That's up there in Memphis. And I don't like it. But when, you heard me talk about that camping trip out to California and back. You heard me talk about that.
I think so.
Yeah, it was 5 of us and a coach. Yeah, I was the youngest one. I was 13, and the oldest one was 15, and the other 3 was 14.
Yeah.
And we camped out all the way to California. Back while we was in California, we went to Disneyland. Wasn't no Disney World at that time. This was in 1960. We went to Disneyland. So we on the boat going through, and all the fake animals, the tigers and the crocodiles and the fake giraffes, all the fake stuff was moving around in the jungle, and the crocodiles biting at the boat and all that. And we went on a bunch of that stuff. And right out there in the middle of Disneyland, there was a big old mountain sticking up. Big old gray mountain with white on the top of it like snow. Big old mountain. And Coach says they called it the Matterhorn.
Yeah.
Matterhorn, is that right?
It's, I guess.
I think that's what they called it. So he said, let's go, and had a ride on it. So let's go do the Matterhorn. Of course, he knew all this crap. So he put me and one of the other boys. He said, y'all sit up in the front, and I'm gonna sit back in the back. And this is a car, a car like on tracks. It's like a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
And they carry you up that thing in an elevator, and you're at the very top. And I mean, you high. Matterhorn, there you go, Buck. You ever ride the Matterhorn? Well, anyway, I'm sitting in the very front end of that thing with Chick sitting next to me, and the VJ and Max, and then Coach Henry sitting halfway of the car, and there's some folks sitting behind him. And I don't know how many cars it is, but it's several of them. Well, that thing starts down through the inside of that mountain, and it's dark, and you're going around curves, going down, and you're going fast, but they got a little bit of lights in there, but all of a sudden that thing levels off and heads flat towards the outside of that mountain. And that ain't right, And that thing shoots out yonder, and it's such that you're looking up at the air. It's like coming out of a cave,
Yeah.
Except you're running about 65 miles an hour. And you talk about scared, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Chick bumped heads trying to lay down. Because I just knew that thing was fixing to go out sailing out across yonder, Because we done already, we done stood outside and saw how high it was. And that thing went outside that cave and snatched around and went back in that cave and went out the other side of the cave. Man, when we got to the bottom, I was so scared. And Coach Henry was just laughing. All he could do was laugh at us because it scared the fire out of all of us.
Oh yeah.
But it really scared me and Chick because we were sitting up there in the front end of that thing. Whew.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. I can see that light in that tunnel out yonder right now. Well, surely this thing gonna go down. Something that ain't going out there. Oh God, that was scary.
You got a lot of memories.
Yeah, well, I was very fortunate to get to go on that trip.
Yeah.
I sold greeting cards and Christmas cards and Valentine cards and birthday cards.
Yeah.
To get enough money to go.
Mm-hmm.
You had to put up $100 to get to go on the trip, and you had to put it up by the end of March. And 50 of them dollars went in the gas kitty.
Yeah.
So it was 5 of us. That's $250 for the gas.
That's a lot of gas back then.
Well, these big V8s,
Yeah.
But gas wasn't but 25 cents a gallon. And we didn't drive straight to California. We went to the diamond mines in Arkansas first.
Yeah.
And then went from there to Dallas, Texas. See, that's due south. And from there we went.
Cars back then, wasn't they?
Huh?
I remember my mom and dad having great big long cars.
Yeah, we was in a convertible, Chevrolet convertible.
Oh yeah. Oh, using a hot rod.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't no fancy car. It just was a convertible, you know.
Yeah.
And then we went to El Paso from there. So, you know, we didn't just, and then we went all the way up into Arizona. And, you know, we was zigzagging, seeing stuff and going to the Carlsbad cabins in Nevada, New Mexico, and did all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Went to White Sands testing ground. Went to Globe. I remember we was in Globe, Arizona. But look now, Jody, he was all 2-lane highways in 1960.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't no 4-lane.
No.
And we was pulling a little camper, a little 2-man camper. My cot broke this second night we was out. I slept on the back seat of the car the rest of the trip, all on the ground. And boy, we had some time, boy. I saved one of the boys' life. He still says I saved his life. I don't know if I did or not.
Yeah.
But it was a big old waterfall, a mountain stream,
Mm-hmm.
and three of us had hiked way up that mountain above the camp we was on, way up that mountain. And we said, well, let's go this way for a while, and we can always come back. We know where we are. And we ran into a stream running down the mountain, pretty water. It wasn't a foot wide. So let's follow this stream down the mountains and look and see. It was pretty. We might find some gold or something, you know.
Yeah.
So we started down the mountain, and the further down we got, the bigger that stream got. And we had already drank some of the water. It was cold. Good gracious, it was cold. So I said, being me, I said, the heck with this walking. I'm going to sit down in this water and go down this stream.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the bottom. The rocks were slick as owl mess.
Yeah.
There wasn't no jagged rocks or nothing. It was all them old. That water been running down them. They were smooth as black.
Yeah.
So I they waded out in that stream, and it was maybe 5 or 6 feet wide at that point, maybe a little wider. And I sat down in that cold water, and just like a watermelon seed, and it was like a ride at the fair, you know.
Yeah.
And that thing was crooked. Well, I was going down through there and going down through there, and I was getting faster and faster. And I started holding my hands, trying to slow down.
Yeah.
And I finally got stopped. Grabbed a hold of a root or something.
Mm-hmm.
When I got way, I done gone, golly, I'd gone down that thing 5 minutes. And I grabbed it, I got scared, and I grabbed that root and got stopped and climbed out and walked on down that bank. And I hollered back at BJ and Chick, and they couldn't even hear me. They were so far back up that mountain. And I walked on down, 30 yards, 40 yards, and it's straight down. And there was a 50 or 60 foot waterfall.
Oh.
That was going down, and it wasn't hitting in no pool. It was hitting on big old boulders.
Oh yeah.
And I hollered back up there, trying to holler at Chick and BJ, tell them don't get in that water. And I heard all this cackling and howling coming. I said, oh, hell, they're coming down this thing. Well, I ran back up the creek a little bit till I got back into some good woods, and there was some big old roots there on the side. And I jumped in that creek and grabbed a hold of them roots. I put my elbow all the way through it because I knew they was going to be flying when they come down through there.
Yeah.
And Chick was the first one coming. And I hollered, I said, waterfall, Chick, waterfall, grab a hold, grab a hold. And he hit me going, I don't know how fast he was going, but it like knocked me out.
Yeah.
And I grabbed him, he grabbed me, and he said, what's wrong? What's wrong? This man, it's a damn waterfall right down there. Not really. And so he grabbed a hold of the root, and then here comes BJ. BJ was a little old skinny fella.
Yeah.
And we grabbed him. both of us then was able to grab him, but Chick had to do most of it because I had to have about all I could stand. And now VJ don't ever say it because to me anyway, but Chick says, man, he saved my life because he'd have gone off that waterfall, it'd kill him.
Oh yeah.
We didn't know that waterfall was there. And then we had to try to find the camp. And by that time, we done got lost.
Mm-hmm.
And thank goodness Coach Henry, he knew where we went. And he was down there blowing the car horn. We finally heard that car horn, and we got on out of there. We never did tell. We were scared to tell him about it. We didn't tell him about it. Man, it killed. One of us got killed out there. He never would have lived that down.
Oh no.
But that was quite an experience, that waterfall. If it wasn't for that waterfall, I'd have gone back up there and done that again because it was fun.
Mm-hmm.
But if I hadn't got lucky and just got scared because I was going so fast and grabbed a hold of that root. Now, I don't know how fast I was going, but it seemed like I was flying.
Yeah.
I was going fast enough it scared me, and I was 13 years old. And 13 years old, you ain't that scared of nothing.
No.
And I was screaming and screaming and screaming, and after a while, I heard them coming, and I had to do something.
Yeah. You had to.
Yeah, I had to, because I knew they wasn't gonna stop, and they couldn't stop. If I got way on up the bank and had time to get way on up there and tell them to stop, and grab a root, they would have been all right. But I couldn't get back up that mountain. That thing was slick. I mean, straight up.
Yeah.
That thing was. And you had to walk bending forward.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even walk up it now.
Yeah. The creek wasn't like that. It was just I don't know. It didn't have fast running water. It had little spots and had some deep spots in it. But he ended up in the waterfalls. But I wasn't allowed to play in the waterfalls.
Yeah.
There wasn't nothing really to do, it was just a drop off.
Yeah.
So I really didn't fool with it anyway. But there was a cave under it.
Yeah. Well, this one just dumped out on a bunch of boulders. There was no pool there. We saw a bunch of waterfalls, but we saw what is that one in Yosemite, Angel Falls? It's so high.
Yeah.
We went there and saw that thing. Drove through that sequoia tree in the car that's in the encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
We drove through it, walked through it, beat on the side of the tree. We did everything. Yeah, we went to Yosemite.
I had a campsite up here where I live with the waterfalls, but where all them ATVs come up now, they've burnt everything like that.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think that's beautiful. They tear up.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell one more story and I'm going to bed.
Okay.
I had a buddy. We was in college together. And I was working on a farm. I always worked on a farm or a lumber yard or somewhere. I always got a good job in the summertime, always job. Well, Mac decided he's going to try to get on with the Forest Service out west.
Mm-hmm.
So he sent in an application, had to send in grades and had to send in some pictures and had to send in all kinds of stuff. And he got accepted as a summer contract worker, and they told him he'd probably be picking up paper and helping folks with their campers and mowing grass around the campground and all. And I forgot what state he went to out there. It wasn't California though. He didn't go that far. May have been Utah, or probably was Utah. I don't remember, but anyway, he saved up his money and he flew to somewhere, and I don't know how he got to his job site, but he got from the airport to his job site on time and reported to the boss and everything. And the boss said, "What do you know about fighting fire?" He said, "Well, I know your grass around the house catch on fire. We squirt it with a garden hose." He said, "You don't know nothing about building a fire line with an axe and a pick and some rakes and two." He said, "No." He said, "Are you willing to learn?" And he said, "Yes, sir." They put him on a fire line. They was having a big forest fire. He spent 2.5 months digging fire lanes in front of that forest fire.
Yeah.
He come back home. He done lost about 30 pounds. he been swinging a pick. You know, all that old ground out there is rocky, you know, up in the mountains and stuff. He thought he was going to go out there and have him a big time, you know.
Yeah.
He ended up working like a slave out there trying to kill that fire. I said, "Where'd y'all sleep, Mac?" He said, "Right there by the fire lane." So they bring us some food and throw some blankets out there, and we lay on one and cover up with two.
Yeah.
I said, "What about taking a bath and everything?" He said, "Well, if we come up on a stream or something that's flowing, we might get in there and douse some water on it." I said, "But we work all day long.
Yeah.
They feed us breakfast and we go to work, and they feed us lunch and we go to work, and they bring us some supper and them blankets."
That was hard work too.
Huh?
That was hard work too.
Yeah, it's hard work.
I caught the woods on fire all the time, but we all did. We burnt garbage and we would burn the leaves and get away. So we would have to rake fire line,
Yeah.
keep it from going down the hill to the woods, you know.
Yeah.
To burn out because it did go to the waterfalls in the creek, but who wants to burn a whole woods down, you know?
That's exactly right. But they were digging a big old, because they couldn't get that machine. You know, they got a machine to cut them fire lanes with.
Yeah.
And for some reason, the areas that the men were, and he wasn't the only one out there, you know, it was a whole crew, all them college kids. That's what they did the whole summer with dig fire lane.
Yeah.
They had them machines. They put them boys and girls. I think there was some girls on that thing too. They put them out there where that machine, where it was too steep and all for the machines to run, or the woods were too tight where they couldn't get that thing down through there, and that's where they were digging. But yeah, man, he worked his tail off. I asked him, I said, "Well, when you gonna sign up for next year?" He said, "I ain't never going back out there." He said, I done had all that I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said, "Well, you should have stayed at home, drove a tractor like I did."
Yeah.
But he made a pile of money though. I mean, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that was in the late 60s. 66, 67, somewhere along in there.
Mm-hmm.
But he had a terrible experience with the Forest Service. Yeah. All right, Jody, let's go, buddy.
All right. Well, thanks for letting me come up with you tonight.
Well, I enjoyed you being up here. I sure did.
All righty. I'm going to step down and let you say your goodbyes.
All right, I'm just going to tell everybody goodbye. Thank y'all for being here. And everybody have a good one. And y'all think about Tim Molina and his brother-in-law. And say a prayer for him, because it sounds pretty serious. But I'll see y'all later on. Have a good one.